be quite fine warriors and mages. I shall take that offer.
Safety in numbers.
What time
And
of
we
day is it?
This is correct.
When you guys were traveling, it was late afternoon. It is now, it seems to be dusk.
It's like you're gonna have jet lag.
Well, which way did you come from? And we'll go in another direction because there obviously isn't anything that way.
Well, I will have you all know
You came from
that
the
whenever
north, Krond.
Okay.
that whenever we decide to take a rest, I can create something where we can rest uninhibited of the weather outside and maybe the beasts as well.
Didn't we hear one of those wolves get called off by something? Do you think that's still nearby? Should we?
We should go find it and kill it.
Yeah, which way did that go?
North.
Seems north, yes.
Let's go.
That is the direction in which I had come from. However, I am not aware of that which you speak.
Maybe it was just someone tracking you.
This could be true.
Perhaps.
Is
That's
there
the case,
a
there might
reason
be.
why someone would be tracking you?
Not to my knowledge. I mean,
Was-
this whole area, this whole domain seems tainted.
Yummy, can you send your little Drake
Yes.
friend?
I'll send Charcinder forward a little bit, and he can see what's going on.
See if there's anything in the immediate vicinity, maybe.
To the outside of our area here.
How far are you sending?
I'm going to share my senses as well,
Mhm.
so I can see and talk and everything out of the Drake.
How far are you sending it?
I'm gonna go about. I guess I'll go 70 feet over and 20 or 30 feet up, so I'm still within 100 feet.
How far up?
30.
Okay.
So 70 feet away from me and 30 feet up.
Yep. You see that your small companion there just gets above the tree line, and it looks like to the north is nothing but forest for as far as it can see. It is very overcast and getting darker by the moment.
Okay. I'll
Well-
relay that to everyone around me, just saying that it's continuous forest north.
And as the Drake looks around, it looks that it's forest for all that it can see in this gloom.
Okay. Can I have it make like a radius, 100-foot radius around us, just to do that same thing? Just double checking. There's nothing visible.
It looks like to the northwest of where you are is a mountain range. They can barely make it out. And to the... Let me pull up.
Any gaps in the forest indicate maybe like a lake or something?
Yes, to the east there seems to be a lake, and to the south, just barely visible by the Drake, looks like a start of a clearing.
Awesome. So yeah, I'll relay all that information to everyone, and then have the Drake come back and meet us, so that we can figure out where we're going.
East to the water, south to the clearing.
Well, why don't we head
Little
south to the
tiny
clearing?
patch. That's where you are.
I'd say whichever's closer, since it's already dusk. Would you want to be clunking around in here in the? Can we all see in the dark? Not that it's that great of dark vision for me, anyway.
I would strongly suggest that if we are safe to find solace, we do so. The night is frightening.
Okay. Well, then I say we take a moment to choose a direction, walk there, and then once we find it's getting a little too dark, I can make a little ritual and we can have a nice place to stay.
So we don't know where we're going. We're lost. A strange place.
There are mountains to the northwest.
To the east and to the north. Yeah.
Oh, there are mountains
no,
also
sorry.
to the
To the
No,
west
west.
and northeast. Or sorry, north and
Northwest.
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 Yeah.
Well, Tron
I
came from the
apologize,
north
my
and said that was
companions. I apologize. I've been disoriented. I feel perhaps I've been here for a fortnight, and I could not map out a mile of where I have been.
Hmm.
It's been very disorienting in this woods.
Well, I'd say I have Charcy go up 50 feet and guide us as we walk to where we want to walk to, and then stop wherever it is. So which direction?
towards water is usually a good idea, but
So let's head towards the lake then. That is east.
I don't know if you can see on the map. You might have to zoom out and zoom back in. There is a very small patch.
Yes, I managed to navigate that.
That small patch, that's where we are.
Yep.
That's a very small patch.
Yes.
On a very large screen.
Yep.
Like you can zoom out, you can't even see it. It's just like it looks like a pixel burn on my screen.
Yep.
So are we all good with going east?
Sure. I don't think we really know where we're going, so sounds good.
Exactly. Flip a coin,
Walking that
really.
way then. I'll have the guide just let me know direction until I don't
Let's
know.
go that way.
Walk an hour or so and then stop.
Well, water usually attracts life, right? So let's see what's there.
You walk for about an hour. That's where you reach.
What?
Aaron,
Yes.
my guy's new, right?
Yep.
Do I get any items or anything of that sort? We never talked about that.
Nope.
Okay.
Nothing
Yeah.
but what you had on you. Same thing for Yom Swan over there.
Okay.
So you walk about an hour and you make it that far.
Is it dark or
It is right around 9 o'clock at night now.
okay? Well then I say we can rest here and I'll do the ritual for the tiny hut.
You start off doing your ritual, and it fails.
Uh-oh.
It fails as a ritual. Okay, well
Fails as
then
a ritual.
I will try casting it as a spell, even though it will take me a minute to cast. I will cast it as a 3rd level spell.
It also fails.
Also fail.
It feels like something's disrupting that type of magic. Very specifically. Oh, I'll let you figure it out.
Evocation. Well, that's evocation magic, so
Shit.
seems that that's not going to work so well, but as a worst case scenario, I can move some earth around and create a little cave for us. So I guess I'll spend some time molding earth and
Yep.
making a cave.
That works no problem at all. You make yourself a little burrow. A dirt hut.
Cool.
Minecraft beginner.
Yeah.
You do notice it's not going to affect the spell, but you do notice that after you get about half a foot deep into the earth, it starts turning into more like permafrost. It won't affect the spell because of magic. Yeah, like the ground just becomes
Harder.
harder.
Golden
And
harder.
Interesting.
Which is very much not the type of land that you were from. You're from
Yeah.
the south. And the other
well,
realm.
I guess we're setting up watches then, are we?
Mm-hmm.
Seems
That's
reasonable.
fine.
I'll take first watch.
The first
I'll
watch
do-
goes
I'll
by
do one.
We should
without a hitch.
just roll initiative for watches.
Partway through the second watch, who's still awake?
I'll
Well,
just a
I'm
sec.
just going to bed.
Okay, let's have Brazetta and Tarmoa roll me wisdom saving throws.
Mm. Do I get my aura bonus or
Yes.
Which is what?
+3?
+3?
12. Yeah.
11.
You have the sudden inclination that you are being watched. And it's not like somewhere out in the darkness. You just feel like you're being watched.
Okay. Feel that we're being watched, but we can't see anything.
Exactly. Everyone else seems to be sleeping just fine.
I am in trance. Medit.
I'm snoring.
Hmm.
I felt that too.
Yep.
Well, what do you want to do? Just keep an eye out or wake people up?
Hmm. Don't want to disrupt their sleep. Maybe
Okay.
just keep an observant eye out while we know that something's out there.
All right.
Or
Well,
we feel there is, I should say.
I'm going to go for rest then. I guess whoever takes the next watch after you, we should let them know that we feel that we're being watched.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, Tarmoa goes in for a rest, and you're sitting up on watch, Brazetta. Nothing happens for your hour. You just constantly have a feeling like you're being watched, but no sign of movement in the woods. Nothing happens.
Okay.
It's more like the tingle down the back of the neck sort of feeling.
Yeah. That's fine. I guess we'll cycle the next person in.
I could take a next one because I only need the 4 hours of sleep anyway, and I can just do watch for the rest.
Okay. I'll let you know what we felt and what
Mm-hmm.
I observed, but really nothing, just a feeling.
You do not feel this so far at all.
Did we have any money on us?
Whatever
I
we're
had
carrying.
70 gold.
I have, unfortunately, I didn't put everything in the bank, so I have to figure out what I'm actually carrying and what we left behind.
Yeah, that's what, because I know
Well,
most of mine
I've been
would have been in the bank.
drinking. I've had too many drinks, so at the end of the night, I'm just not into it, and then I forget. But I would probably only carry 38 gold on me just to make it even, and everything else would be gone.
Is anyone else taking watch with me?
Yeah, once my 4 hours of trance are up, I'm coming up to watch with you the rest of the night.
Cool.
The rest of the night goes by with nothing else happening. You can see it's about, you'd guess, 6 a.m.-ish, and the sun starts to rise. Although
So-
it is still overcast.
So we get a long rest in?
Yep. It's just a gloomy, overcast day. But you guys get a long rest in.
If everyone, I'm gonna do a few rituals while we have breakfast, or a couple anyway.
Some brews going.
Yeah, I will do bolstering brew as a ritual.
Favorite. Where is that? Oh no, I don't have it.
Yeah, I'll do-
Bolstering brew.
Does bolstering brew work? Do we get it?
Oh,
Yes. It should be noted that instead of being vibrant, it tastes ashy. Does the exact same thing, but it just tastes of ash.
Sorry, guys, it's normally much better than this.
Hmm.
I'm gonna pick charisma advantage rolls. Gonna say it now.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, we
same.
get to choose. Yeah, I'll do charisma as well.
Me too.
Yeah, me too.
I have a feeling we're gonna need it for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I'm also going to ask anyone that can cast a spell to join me in a ritual spell that I've recently come across. I take out a small silver goblet and my dagger out, and I open up a vein on my arm and drip some blood into it.
Hmm.
I'm
You
watching
notice,
enthusiastically
that I
and
look at you with a little bit of interest, Zavara, when you do that.
and I am absolutely transfixed.
What are you doing? You're not killing yourself, are you, bud? Like, we just got here.
No. But I do take a little bit of damage.
I'll kiss it better.
How
Don't
many of
worry.
us can wait? How many of us can cast spells? All of us but one person?
I can't cast spells.
Everyone
That's
but
what
him.
I'm centering out. Yeah,
Yeah, I think the
yeah,
rest of us. Well,
yeah.
yeah.
I took a level of sorcerer.
Yeah,
Nope.
as long as that's fine. So I take 3 damage, and
We
then
needed a life spell.
I drink my own blood again.
Ooh,
Oh yeah, that
Dude, man,
one.
you okay?
That's
I
a
like
dope one.
This
Yeah,
is
I'm okay.
weird.
drinking
I-
my own blood.
I hope I actually don't need this, but if I do, I thank you for helping me in casting it. And I believe I have one more I want to try. But I don't need your help on that one, I think.
What is it that you have just done there, Zavara?
Basically, I've tapped into the shadow realm, and if I happen to fall unconscious in a bad way, for everyone that helped me, one shadow will come from the shadow realm and attack whatever it was that knocked me out.
Ooh.
Yes, I've seen this spell in my scholarly trainings. I'm impressed you know it.
It's recent. I hope it works. So we have that, we have that. Who's our mate? A Brazetta, maybe.
Sorry, 1 second.
Brazetta could already do it.
I'm here. Sorry, it's just my son was singing.
Okay, I'm just trying to think of who.
Sorry, mildly distracted there for a second.
It's okay.
What was your question?
I'm thinking about who would. I want to cast Spell Imbuement, which allows me to put a spell into someone's weapon,
They can use a
and
spell
they
as a
can
bonus action.
cast it as a bonus action. Yeah.
Sounds pretty cool.
Yep.
That's pretty sweet.
Well, that does take a spell slot.
It does. Yeah. But I'll cast it as the ritual, and then actually, I'm gonna do it to Charlie, maybe, because Brazetta can already do a lot of this. I'm gonna do life transference arrow.
So, Charlie, you can cast that as a bonus action once.
Cool. Julio.
Any more
That's pretty
rituals
cool.
that people want to do, or
I do have
pretty
one
good
more. I'm
with
just
the
trying to find it, but that's okay. You can continue on here. Where the hell did it go?
Well, let me
You know
see.
what? I'm gonna do a
3
quick ritual
languages.
as well. And I'm going to do it onto my dragon. It's called Green Decay.
No, it's not a ritual. It's a reaction. I am actually done.
Are
You're gonna
sure
continue east,
you
or-
want to cast that on your?
Well, it's like it turns your touch into that. So I'm trying to, because I can make my familiar cast spells.
Yeah.
So my familiar is going to cast this spell. Or like I'm going to cast it. Does that make sense? Does that?
I'm reading the spell. I don't see where it's ritual at all. I see that it's a ritual, but I just don't see how it.
Oh, transfer that way. Okay, then never mind. I won't do that. Only for me then.
Okay.
I can use that as a spell for
Well, you
that.
can use
but,
your action to have your familiar cast a spell, or through the familiar, right? So.
Yeah, I was trying to think if I could do that, but I can't do that as if it's a ritual, so it's not an issue. Okay, all good.
All right.
Nope, that's it.
You guys finish up your morning rituals and whatnot. Where would you like to go?
I think we're still going east towards the lake, aren't we?
Yeah, makes sense.
Yep. I will send my Darcy up 50 feet so it has above the trees view and share senses and
Tell
guide
me
people
how
as we
long
walk.
you want to walk for.
Let's say 2
Yeah.
hours. See how far that gets us.
Yeah, that's good.
So we get
Still
hungry or tired?
Dense forest. Not after 2 hours.
Okay, well then I guess we go for another 2 hours. Does it look like the lake is getting much closer
Yes.
from the?
Even with the gloom, you think the lake's probably maybe another hour or so away.
Well, I'll tell everyone around me that and keep moving, I guess.
And just to was it Wamswan?
Yom
Yam
Swan.
Yamswan.
Yami.
Yami works.
Yep.
If you send your familiar 70 feet away from you and 30 feet up, technically it's only 76 feet away from you.
Fair enough.
This
Good
is
old
you make it
A
to,
squared plus B squared equals C squared.
you make it to the shore of this very large lake. If it wasn't so gloomy out, you could see further. But it's about 11 in the morning, or it's right before noon. It's about 11. It's heavily gloomy out right now.
Do we notice anything in the water, like fish or plants along those lines?
Your Drake
bird?
does. Your Drake can see that there is fish in the lake. From
So-
the
so
shore,
there's
you can't really
food
see it, but
Yeah.
up above you can.
Well, there's food here, which means people should be nearby. Hey, dog, go away.
Okay.
Well, does anyone have any fishing rods or anything along those lines? Maybe we can catch ourselves some nice fish and have
I could use the mage hand to try and catch him.
I've got a Drake that just she likes to go and hunt herself.
fair
Yeah,
enough.
no, I don't fish in Stonehell, so I didn't think about bringing a fishing kit with me.
Yeah, I don't even have a bedroll. I've got a Dungeoneer's pack. This is not going well.
Well,
Hmm. Well, cool.
Highlight some more of what you can
Okay,
see.
well let's
What's our
work our way around the lake.
what's our field of vision here? Like,
That
how
is
far
your
can
field
we
of vision.
see? No, but what is that in terms of like?
That is about 4 kilometers from where you're standing up here
Okay,
to
that's
the
not
bad. Wow.
southern tip. The reason why you guys took so long into the forest is it's so densely packed.
Mhm.
So from here to down here is about 4 kilometers.
Okay, so we can see for quite a ways.
And there's no like makeshift docks. Anyone out in boats?
Not that you can see from here.
How about like sounds? Can we hear anything?
Yes.
Besides,
There is the slight whistle of wind in the air and some birds chirping away in the forest. On the outskirts of the forest. While you're walking through the forest, it was dead quiet.
Pretty eerie.
agreed.
Well, the clearing was to the south. The lake bends off down towards the south, so why don't we just sort of go that way? Like the closest point to the clearing in the water, maybe there's something around there. Because I got a farm too.
I agree with that. I mean, I was going to suggest we head
I
south
want to be
anyway.
I would want to be as
Go around
close
the
to the
lake.
water and as close to farmland as possible. So somewhere sort of in that direction.
Well, I think we can find some signs if we follow the shoreline for sure.
Yeah.
How long do you want to follow the shoreline for?
We had a grumpy elf, we could probably have track people, but
Yeah.
whatever happened to him.
Who knows?
Everything is
You
open.
said it was about noon-ish when we reached the lake?
11 a.m.
11. So why don't we just keep walking until, for 4 hours or so, and then we could try and find ourselves something to eat and set up camp for dinner?
Yeah.
Send the bird up every once in a while to take a look for things like, campfire smoke or a fucking town.
Anything besides trees and water? And mountains.
Yeah.
And rocks.
It's
Don't
a
forget the
lot-
rocks.
Yeah. As you're walking, it's a lot easier to walk along the shoreline here. It's not so densely bush. Let me just unfog
Is it salt or fresh water? Can we smell
It's you don't smell salt.
Okay.
Taste it.
It tastes fresh. I'm just going to
Smell it,
continue
yeah.
unfogging a bit. You can see on the other side. You can see that you reach an area of river that flows out of this lake.
Follow the
So it
river?
flows out of the lake.
Yes, flows south.
Okay.
Shall we
Can you
go
have
that
your
way?
bird fly up
sides
and see
are-
what's south?
Both sides of the river are
Or the
very
dragon
densely
or
packed
whatever
with.
that thing is? Hey, Yami, you get your familiar to fly up and give us an idea of what we'll be walking into?
Sure. I'll send my bird up 70 feet. And see if I can see anything going down this river.
Just continues going down for a while.
Nothing but what we see. No different.
What about around the lake here? Oh, that's pretty far. That's like 4 kilometers, right? Off to the right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a distance.
Okay. I almost feel like we could map the whole lake in like a
Part of
day.
me was thinking it might be worth knowing this whole lake, but if we want wondering
Well,
what
it
the
might be
birdies
one of
think
our
after
only
that.
reference points.
Yeah, I mean, it might be a good idea because the river is apparently, the banks on either side are apparently fairly dense. So
Yeah, they
this
look
is,
rocky.
yeah.
Be nice if we could find a boat moored somewhere around this lake. We could take it down the river.
Or make one.
Nah, I'm not
We
much
can-
of a.
We can go around the lake
Carpenter.
if you want. One direction's as good as another, really, at this point.
Mm-hmm.
You'd have to
Yeah,
cross the
sure you want.
river
Let's
unless you want to backtrack.
Let's map the lake and.
How wide is the river?
Is there a place to cross?
You do not see any place to cross here.
Mm.
The river is about 700 feet across.
Oh, that's. No.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
okay.
I have
Across the English
fly,
Channel.
but I can only take two of
It's a
you, or
very
like
wide
me
river.
and one other person.
I'm really little.
Well, I mean, someone could carry you.
You could put me in a sack.
It
How
should be
wide did you say it
noted
was 700 feet?
it's about 700 feet or 700 meters.
Oh, that's even worse.
It's almost a kilometer across.
Well, that's not a
Although
river.
the river itself
Fucking Delta mode.
does not look like it is moving very fast.
Yeah, that's
But
just
it
a
looks
trap.
quite deep.
Yeah, it's just a trap. Doesn't matter.
The shoreline, for the first 20 meters or so, looks like it's only about 3 feet deep, and then it gets deeper and deeper. It's like a V.
Well, I mean, I could.
Would the travel going south along the river be as hard as it looks on this map?
No,
Like
that's
it looks
shadows.
pretty. Okay.
Oh, that's
shadows
shadows
of the tree.
instead of rock.
Yep.
Oh, well then maybe we go down the river and we can maybe find a place to cross there. If necessary.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do that.
Find a place where we can fjord.
All right. How long do you want to travel for?
I don't know. Maybe open up one square map.
Week.
I guess, yeah.
About an hour down. You make it. Let me just make it about that far.
And every hour, have the bird go and check and see if we're maybe heading towards or whatever. What is it you've summoned?
A crimson drake. So it's a
Oh,
very
it's a-
small dragon.
Oh, it's a drake. Oh, I'd
red
hate
one.
to insult it by calling it a bird.
Yeah, I'd probably.
I thought maybe it was
If
a
Yum heard you call it
parakeet.
a bird, she might scold you and tell you
So
the
it's not a
difference.
parakeet then.
After about another hour, it's about 2 o'clock now. A bit further than that. See how the river is starting to slightly get wider, and in the distance, the Drake can see a very large bridge.
Bridge. Oh,
There's a bridge ahead.
Sign is of some civilization.
yeah.
I'd suggest being wary as well. Civilization usually means some form of person, friend or foe we have not found.
Mm-hmm.
Save our one friend over here.
So, we're batting pretty good so far.
We just need to stick together and we'll be okay.
Continuing on for another hour, see that opens up, and you can see that there's a bridge in the. You guys are about here. Why is it not pinging? You guys are about here. Not that far. More on the shoreline. Here. You see that there's a bridge in the distance, and this opens up, and you can also notice that there's a hard-packed road.
There we go. We're getting somewhere.
Wow. I didn't think we'd come so far.
So now, which
Do we-
way do we want to go? Do we want to cross the river, or do we want to just continue into the forest? And
Do we
follow
have
the trail?
anyone here that's good at tracking at all?
No, but
Nope.
my OCD is killing me with this map. I want to just kind of go up and unblock everything one block at a time until it's all open.
Who's
I mean, tracking would
uh,
be survival, would it not?
Yes.
Or nature?
yeah?
Survival.
I've got pretty good survival. I'll give it a shot and see if I can see if there's
Just to see which tracks are, if there's tracks back and forth. If so, which are more numerous and which are deeper, because that
Yep.
would tell us which the carts were still laden with goods going one way or the other.
So 13.
Well, you guys are back from the road a bit, so you notice no tracks where you're standing.
Sorry, I meant once we got to the
Okay, once you
road.
get to the road.
When we get to the road, hopefully there's a sign.
Get to the road. On the road itself, you see that there's quite a lot of heavy cart tracks. They seem to be going to the west.
To the west? Okay, so into the woods.
Back to the clearing.
Yep. Well, let's head that way.
Is that a group decision?
Sure. Yeah.
Guys want to go west?
So this bridge is absolutely massive if
It's
it goes across this
huge.
thing, eh?
Yep.
It's like
And
4 kilometers.
there's nobody on it. There's no guards or anything like that.
No
or
guards.
Okay, cool. Big bridge.
Should we follow along the road or should we be off the road?
It's a good question.
I have no reason to think if we were on the road we'd be in danger.
Except being robbed? I mean,
Well,
Except that we've been told that this is a scary place.
I think it would be scarier in the forest than it would be on the road.
I would agree.
Mm-hmm.
I would test our mettle against bandits more than the unknown of the forest any day.
Bandits
I
are
would
easy.
be
Let's go.
inclined to agree with you.
Road it is.
Yeah.
Travel for about
Yeah, I mean, we'll follow the trail.
another hour. To the north, that you see more forest. South is even more forest. About an hour into the travel, your Drake notices there, Yamswan, that there seems to be some sign of smoke coming from the west.
There's smoke rising from Isengard. Just kidding.
Let's approach cautiously and see what that could be.
Yeah.
Either a camp or a home or a town or village.
Takes
Blacksmith.
another 30 minutes or so. But in the distance there, maybe another half-hour journey, you see wooden palisades. The road leads into it. There seems, behind the wooden palisades, looks like a town. The smoke that you notice looks like it's coming from several houses rising up into the cold air.
Like from the chimneys?
Yep.
Well, there we go. We have a town. I'm hungry. I'm thirsty. I'm damp. Let's look for an inn. And maybe somewhere to buy a bedroll.
I could always mold you a bed out of earth.
That offer's there.
Good old Earth. All right.
So you continue for another half hour. And it looks like you can hear signs of life from the town. Children laughing and general sounds that a town would make. I'm not sure how to describe it.
Just town talk.
Yeah, there's life up ahead. I'm trying to find a map that would be perfectly suited for this. Okay, found one. Sweet. It's not perfect, but let's make your way up. There's a large gate up ahead.
Gate's closed or open?
Gate is open.
Want to walk in?
Well, yeah, let's head in.
I agree.
woohoo!
Coming in,
Town, baby.
you suddenly hear shutters shutting. Children are running off the street into the homes.
Hello! Hello!
Do they look like they're scared of us?
Yes.
Any of us in particular?
The Dragonborn?
Probably the troll.
I have my hood up. I have my hood over my head. I'm only 6 feet tall, but I'm very large.
I am unassuming and harmless looking. I look like a child.
Is
I
that
am
Dragonborn
nasty.
walking in?
Golden
Yes,
skins,
5%.
platinum hair, big fucking dragonkin. Yep, that's me.
Rosetta still scares me sometimes.
Sorry. I don't mean to scare you. It's just I can't help it. It's just me. I'm intimidating, but
I think it's
beautiful.
drooling.
I'm beautiful but intimidating.
Are
Maybe
any
not.
signs or anything on any of
Not
the
here.
houses?
No, they all seem to be made of wood with like a darker wood roof.
Is this a town or is this like
Here,
a
anything?
homeless outpost?
Looks like a town.
Did we see people run into this house here?
1 second. I will get to you in just a moment. Sorry, I'm trying to find something. Some of the pictures they have for different things don't look great. I'd rather have a different picture. Which house are you pointing at?
One immediately to my right.
That does not look like a house to you. That looks more along the lines of a inn.
Hey, an inn. Perfect. Let's go in.
And the door seems shut, including the inside shutters.
Okay, well, I'll go up to it and take a knock. And just say sweetly, hello.
Behind you, the gate's shut, and you see 4 guardsmen. Quite dirty looking, but with crossbows pointing at you.
Maybe we walked into the wrong town?
Well, hello.
You there.
Gates are open.
Identify yourselves.
Well, I go, well, I'm Tomoa. This is, and I
Wow,
go
your
and
gates
introduce
were open.
everyone else.
Charlie.
Yeah.
Charlie.
Charlie.
No. What?
I'm gonna get you, Charlie.
If your gates are open, why do you inquire so?
The gates are open for travelers, but
We are weary, hungry,
but I'm
wet,
not sure
travel.
what you are. Looking.
Well, we
directly at
don't
you,
live
Rosetta.
here, and we came from outside your doors, so that would make us
Travelers.
travelers.
Yes, but what
Yes.
are you? He's
I'm
looking
a halfling.
specifically at Brazetta while he's saying this.
What do you mean?
Well,
Told
he is
you.
a dragonborn. Do you not know
A
of
what?
dragonborn?
You're a
born-
paladin of who? Again, Brazetta?
Helm.
Helm. A paladin of Helm.
Of
I
who?
can speak for myself, everyone. Thank you, but
Seems
Yeah,
it
my
seems you
friends
do not
speak.
know. What do you know what a
Actually-
dragon is?
This
Wait, I'm
is
kinda
also a person that you've never heard of there, Krond. You've never heard of a helm before.
Yeah, who is Helm? Is that something you wear?
He's a god of armor. Yeah, goes on your head.
Fair enough.
Have you lot ever heard of dragons before?
Of what?
Dragons?
We've come from a far ways away.
Mine don't know.
Oh, well.
Where did you come from?
Well, we were on our way to
From
Stonehell
that
when
trail.
eventually we got through some really weird weather, rain, heavy mist, and then here, wherever here is.
You see
see-
the one that's been talking, number 4 there, start whispering to the one above him.
Can we try to listen?
Outlanders.
We've been wandering around for a long time in the forests.
You
We're
see,
hungry.
you see that he becomes slightly more relaxed. He's like, ah, you poor souls. Outlanders, I see. I've never
Poor
seen your
souls.
kind before. You look very monstrous, but you speak like us.
We're not monsters.
Why?
We
Wait.
could be,
Can
but
we
we're
just go back? Can we go back to why you called us poor souls?
And Outlanders, where are we?
That is a fantastic question.
First, your coming here is not a good sign, but
Do you need help?
For who?
He starts coming down. He's like, let's take this off the streets, please.
Sure. Sounds like you need help.
Starts walking this way.
It doesn't seem like there's any more private place in this place than the streets.
Starts walking up. Like, this looks to be like where they're, it's an open air barracks up in the north little section here. I'd rather not talk where town folk might hear.
Of course.
Okay.
Sensitive matters, it seems.
Give me 2 seconds here.
Looks like a good kill box. We should be careful, guys.
Are your friends joining?
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Yep.
Why, yes, yes, I am.
He goes underneath the palisade here and like sits on a crate. Like, 1, I welcome you to Sharpton. 2, you're Outlanders. I've heard of people like you before. I've never met one like you before. Looking over at Brazetta again. When he says, like you.
Well, I mean no harm. As you can see from the color of my beautiful skin, I am the being of power and might to
He
protect,
looks very like
defend.
So,
Innocent. Why, yes, I am.
And much modesty.
I have to be modest. Because it's all
it's
true.
hard. It's hard being so modest.
At least I do not drink blood. I'll leave it at that.
and why I say poor soul.
Wipe my mouth.
He's getting
What was it
quiet, like he wants you guys to come in a bit closer to him. He doesn't
What was this
want
place called again?
Sharpton.
Sharpton. Like Al
Alright.
Sharpton.
What's the trouble, dear?
Outlanders are seen here as a sign of ill omen.
Of what, sorry? Ill what?
Ill
Ill
omen.
omen.
Did
Okay.
you come in by cart by chance?
No.
No.
Nope.
On
No, we
foot.
walked.
Simply
Wait.
walking.
Crom? Was it Crom?
Crond.
Cron?
Crond
Did
also did
you
not
come
come
in by cart?
No, I did not.
No, no cart. By foot.
You see him light up a pipe.
Happy?
I have not. This guy looks maybe in his early 40s.
Does he have both of his legs?
Yes.
Okay.
It's
I
young
have never met an Outlander before, but my grandfather has once.
We noticed everyone kind of ran away when we came in. Are we allowed to do trade here?
If you're Outlanders, yes, but I would not. As head of the town guard, I would prefer you not stay here more than you need to be.
We don't even know where here is.
What happened at the time when your grandfather met Outlanders? What happened then?
Great ruination befell the land for quite a few years.
And what land would that be? I mean, you've told us where this village is, but not the land that we are in.
You're in Clossland.
I'm
Flossland?
not familiar with that.
Anyone?
As you should
No.
say.
Was the ruin caused by the Outlanders directly, or just
Yes.
they actually did the damage themselves?
They wielded great magic.
Oh. Well.
Brought fire from the skies down upon the capital.
I'm pretty sure we don't know them.
I would assume not. You look much too young.
Which
Yeah.
way is this capital you speak of?
That's if you follow the road south.
Okay.
So,
Is there anything we could do for you so you would trust us so we could trade more easily with you?
I'm fine with you
If we're gonna-
trading here, but I would prefer that you leave at your earliest convenience.
Why?
Is there another place we can go that's maybe a little more, I don't know, friendly?
Less, yeah, more.
Commerce minded?
This town
to
itself looks to
friends?
maybe, from what you saw, the town itself looks to me maybe population of at most 400. It seems like more of a village than a town.
It's decent size still.
He's like,
Yeah, it's
Well, should we send one of us maybe to go buy what we need as opposed to all of us traipsing through everywhere?
I think it's not me because I'm obviously the most.
Yeah, I think what we
Foreign.
should do is probably go to the inn, book ourselves a room. Brazetta stay where she is, and then
He.
I said Brazetta stay. Oh, yeah, sorry, where he is. My mistake. Sorry.
okay.
And
It's hard to tell with the Dragonborn.
yeah. And a few of us head into town to grab provisions.
all
Grab
those
it,
extra
go to
holes.
the store.
I think otherwise. I think you should befriend us and ask for our help because we are very powerful and helpful people. I think we could do you well.
We're very helpful.
Let's
Seems
all you're
much
I don't
as
understand.
I may
Do you need help?
be okay.
Is there something wrong here?
No.
Dad, any more of that
We were just
bacon
a
sizzle?
small, peaceful town.
Okay.
We were nothing but
Then
a stop
To
between North Pass and Urandal.
I get the feeling that magic is not something that's really common here, is it?
Witchcraft? No.
Yes. When you
like
mentioned
my
fire
hammer
from the
kicking on
sky,
fire?
it led me to believe that witchcraft is frowned upon.
Maybe one out of every 1,000 person in this land has any semblance of that. And usually when they're found, they're strung up.
How do you know when someone's a witch? How can you tell?
Usually when they hit their age of maturity, they start developing.
Physical signs?
They
Have you-
use their witchcraft, and it's found out pretty fast.
Is witchcraft always been used in bad ways? Has it ever been used to help anyone?
We've only ever seen it been used for evil deeds.
Sounds like there's a lot of history here of negative feelings towards these people, which is
Are there
unfortunate.
any suspected witches in close proximity to this wonderful town, I ask? We are witch hunters.
Not close, but to the northwest in the mountains, there's been rumors of a powerful being.
Tell me more. This may be something we'd be willing to cleanse for a price.
It is said that they are ages old, older than even those who rule the land, older than their family line, that they've, every time someone has been sent up there to remove them, never heard from again.
Interesting. And we've heard rumors of the Walking Dead. Is this just rumors and old wives' tales to to scare the kids, or is this for real?
Usually that is left to children's tales like the boogeyman.
Mm-hmm. So you have not
I cannot speak to the south of this land.
Because you have not been there, or because you do not want to bring forth these undead here?
A bit of both. I have never traveled farther south than Urandel.
Okay.
Seeing as we're outlanders, is there any place we could purchase a map so we could?
Or any
No.
regular goods.
A map? Well,
The area.
not from anywhere here, but if you go to one of the cities, yes. Even one of the larger towns might have one.
And where would that be? Where would the closest one you think that
South?
would have?
Either the capital or North Pass.
North Pass.
It's about a day's journey north of here.
And how far is the capital to the south?
About a day's journey to the south, if you follow the road. And the weather is good. We're starting to enter the great freezing. Should be here in a moon or two.
Sounds lovely.
Mm-hmm. What kind of weather is bad weather in this climate?
Snowstorms.
Okay, thank you.
Freezing rain. Hail the size of a mace head.
Sounds
Lovely.
inviting.
That could hurt.
Sounds inviting. Is there anything that needs to be done in terms of rendering services to cleanse out local problems, shall we say, in the land? I mean, clearly you have this area taken care of, but anywhere else? Have you heard of any bounties or any quests of that nature?
I have, actually. In East Haven, they've been having problems with looks over at you, Yom and Zavara. An elf. There's been an issue with a elf.
It's probably one of those high elves.
It's probably a dark elf.
I had to shake my head.
You're probably right.
Or a woodland elf. You know how rascally those are.
Yeah, they're always cranky. All right, well, that sounds like something we could take care of, maybe.
You'd have to talk to East Haven's guard, though.
Which way is East Haven? East, I take
South
it?
and east. Where the road splits, go... Sorry. West Haven, not East Haven.
West Haven.
I know my directions.
Okay.
It'd be better if West Haven was east and East Haven was west.
West Haven, to the west. If you follow the road south out of town, it's about a day's journey. Might I suggest your friend there cover up, though? Looking at you again, Brazetta.
Why?
He wants you to hide your beauty.
People are scared of my beauty.
No offense, but you do quite look like a monster.
I am no monster. I will be the best friend you'd ever have if you let me. The most loyal companion, friend.
I'm not doubting
defender.
your true heart, but your outward appearance is quite foreign in this land.
You're racist. I see.
I look at you, Rosetta, with my +7 charisma. Flatteringly, your power and presence will probably attract those that wish us ill. Perhaps we should, and I point to my hood, just keep ourselves covered up in the meantime. Just
yes, I understand.
Short folk are quite odd. I've heard of them before. I've never seen one, but I've actually heard of those.
There's two of them and one of me. So
Little folk, I am just a little girl with silver hair.
And I'm just a little boy.
That break faces.
There's not much you can do to hide your height, but
I'm not that tall. I'm like 6.
no, I meant the two halflings there.
Oh, true.
I ask does this person have a name, by the way?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She could go on my shoulders and we can have a big coat on.
Yeah, stack up.
My name is Captain Tav.
Well, Captain Tab, would this creature, as I have my familiar come and land on my shoulder, would this be scary to people in regular towns?
To be honest, I've never seen such a thing before, nor heard of one with wings.
This is an odd place.
It's a very odd lizard you have.
It is odd
Yes.
to me too.
You may call him a drake.
A drake, yeah.
An ugly one.
Sure. I've never seen lizards with wings before.
Well, that's why we
Outlanders
call
are
them
quite
drake.
odd.
Well, I do take pride in
Stories
my
that we could
oddities.
tell you people. You would.
Now imagine this
He's
thing.
looking you all over, and he's like, I think you do need a rest, though, don't you?
We do.
Allow me to clear out the inn, and we can have you rest in there for now.
Why clear it out? I mean,
I don't want rumors to spread about Outlanders being in this town.
Mm.
Fair enough.
Was there people that would hunt us?
The Inquisition might come, yes.
Inquisition.
But nobody suspects the Inquisition.
yeah, we didn't know they were coming.
Well, maybe we should all get some bigger cloaks and some traveling
Cloaks
gear.
are after. He gets up off
Spend
the
the night in the
box.
inn.
Oh, Captain,
He cracks open the box and starts handing out cloaks to everybody.
like we have this for currency. It's gold.
He holds out his hand to look at it.
I'll give him a gold just so you can see it.
Just taking a look at it, bends it slightly. It's of proper weight, though I've never seen the face on this. It should be
It's
fine.
just from where we come from. That's
As
just our
long
currency.
as it is of a proper weight, I don't see any problem with it.
Yeah, so we figured you could just melt it down and restamp it.
Although, the fact that you are carrying such riches is beyond me.
What? We were on our way to a dungeon that we just pilfered a dragon's horde, and we wanted to go back.
A what's horde?
It ate our friend.
A giant winged lizard, like my friend here, except many,
Like as big
many
as like
times
as big as this
larger.
building.
Perhaps we should move along.
That's
my youth.
quite terrifying.
Yeah.
We're sharing a lot of information here too. It isn't necessary, probably. These are
Still ate
scary
our friend.
things, so let's just talk about stories of bigger things like me.
I was pointing to my
you say bigger things like me?
own Drake, not you. I wasn't trying to make you seem more monster.
He
Oh,
hands
I
out
know.
traveling cloaks to everyone. He's like, take this as a gift of Sharpton, but don't speak our name, please. I'd rather not have trouble.
So
Absolutely.
Captain Tav and Sharpton gave us the cloaks. Okay, thank you.
Jeez,
Oh,
I feel like
and
us being here is a big problem. What happens if someone who isn't like you finds out we're here?
And won't you get in trouble?
People
Why are
won't
you so
speak
friendly to
ill
us?
of me.
What do you want from us?
I
Is there a
want
reason why
anything
you're
from
helping
you.
us?
I want you to leave as soon as possible, and
You could have closed the gates and kicked us out, right? So you're just
It's
scared of us.
I've heard of you Outlanders before, and
He's
I'd rather
afraid
not
be
cause
insulted.
issues.
Fine. We'll be gone in the morning. Let's rest and hopefully nothing happens tonight.
He makes his way to the inn, and you can see people like leaving through like the back. He steps inside, speaking to the owner for a moment, and then comes out and says, "They will have rooms
You know,
for you."
this is pretty much our style, though. We always get like the biggest room in the inn. Now we just get the whole inn.
Everyone get out.
Yeah, private party.
It seems the inn is completely empty except for one person who's working behind a counter. And they look elderly. They also look extremely terrified of Brazetta.
Poor Brazzy.
Beautiful Dragonkin you've seen.
Hey, innkeep, have you ever had a cockroach problem?
A what roach?
You know, insects that crawl around in your kitchen, in your food.
The only thing that we have problems with are mice and rats in here.
He's less harmful than a mouse. Look at him.
Looking up at Brazetta, this man looks to be maybe 5'2".
He's a wussy.
Uh-huh.
He's a big wuss. Really nice.
I've heard
But
stories of him
he'll
not
fit you
even
really
being
well.
able to beat a kobold in an arm wrestle.
He walks behind into the back, and after about 2 minutes he comes out with he's struggling a bit, coming out with a platter with some soup on it.
We could use the mage hand to help him.
No, don't cast magic.
No.
Yeah, how about we save the magic?
This is freaking
Damn
out a
it.
little more. Dragon's magic fucking hands carrying shit around. Cool.
Yeah, he seems to be keeping to himself after he puts the platter down on a table for you.
Does he look like injured or anything?
No, he just looks old. He's in his 80s.
His
Not a
pappy's
good
happy.
pension plan. Not a good pension plan here in Ravenloft.
He has both his legs.
Well, that's better than
He
most
just
people.
has a very
That we know.
crooked back. Hunched over.
I
Years of work.
go to town on this food.
Oh,
The food is, while you wouldn't say flavorful, very hearty. It's a very thick soup.
I've been here for a fortnight. It's delicious.
Typical troll. Are you going to finish that? We got 2 big mouths to feed.
You do.
Well, not that big.
At least one of them's a polite mouth.
So there's nobody else in this inn.
Nope.
Okay.
Just the old man, who seems shaky.
Maybe he could. Maybe he remembers what the last outliers or outlanders were.
I don't know if we want to ask him anything. He seems like he's barely
Well,
holding
old boy, what happened to the last people like us that came through here? Captain Tav's grandfather saw. You were here.
He looks slightly shaken by that. He's like, I had a suspicion you're outlanders, but
You seem like an old guy that's been here forever, like a piece of furniture.
I've been here for over 70 moons.
That's a long time, man.
A lot of moons. A lot of
Yeah.
moons.
A lot of drinks you've made.
How's your
Food
liver?
you've given people like us.
What kind of tips have you made being here? To tell stories. We like stories.
Tips.
Love them. Love them.
And the gold guy over here has told us so many stories of his god that I'm so sick of it. I'll give you a gold for every good story you tell me.
Oh,
Charlie.
what can I say? Let me just throw this up here while I'm doing this.
Charlie, you disappoint me.
What?
All the time we've spent together, that's what you have to say about me?
No. I'm just trying to get the ball rolling here. Come on, Goldie.
My name has changed, has it?
No.
You're offended by him, and yet
I'm
you
just
were
trying to
in
make-
league with Ron Swan.
I'm
Makes
just
no
trying
sense.
to make
The old man is
him a little less. I want to loosen him up a little bit.
back.
Tell me
here.
more about this story about the kobold.
The arm wrestled cobalt. Oh, it was glorious. We made
Is it
so
Christmas time? I
much
love Christmas time.
money. Ron Swan and I cleaned up on that one.
Always
I
good to hear
was
stories.
but
Ron
a
Swan.
child the last time I heard of Outlanders.
Child, wow, it's been a while then.
I never met them. My father told stories, though.
What was with the ill omen that came with them?
They're Outlanders have brought lots of harm to this land. At least that's what I heard. I was too young to remember them myself,
Nothing.
but they said to have come in, razed the capital, killed almost the entire line of royalty.
Oh, wow. Tragic.
That
Horrible.
doesn't sound good at all. Then what happened? Then what happened after that?
As they came in, they left.
They just came in and destroyed things and then disappeared?
Spent a year ravaging the countryside, destroying the capital.
Is there any actual story about how they left?
Said they left by cart.
Cart?
The mists around the lands parted, and they left.
That's why he asked about the cart.
They came in on one, they left on one.
Well, we just walked here through the forest, so
We came in on our feet. I guess we're leaving on our feet.
why aren't
Probably your back. Or
Maybe.
Your shield. Or your
Could
shield.
be.
How much have
Likely
you been
some chariot.
told about this land?
Very
Not much.
little to none.
We're rather new here.
We're just gonna move on.
Klossland is a land enveloped by the fog. That's why we don't get very many Outlanders. It is said that those who walk through the fog, except for those people, die choking.
Choking.
the fog is
Like
not
the
good for them,
hands
I
of
guess.
fate wrap around their throats and squeeze the last breath out of them.
Well, that doesn't sound promising.
It seems fate smiled upon us then, didn't it?
We shouldn't talk to you before we have to sleep. You're gonna give me some bad dreams, thinking of these weird and awful things. But Helm will guide me the right way.
Who's this
Make me not
helm
worry.
you speak of?
This is my
I do not know either.
Yeah, that's your maybe we can talk another time about that, but I think
You worship here. Does everyone worship someone different in this town, or do you all have the same person in the town you worship?
There's only
Like,
one
is
faith
there a
in
priest?
Klossland.
Who
Only
do you
one.
worship here?
We worship Morgul,
Morgul?
which none of you ever heard of.
What's
great
or
protector.
who is Murgle?
The great ancestor of the royal line. The one who founded this nation.
Oh,
Was it
Morgul or Morgul?
Morgul.
So is Morgul like a king?
He
Like-
once was. Many, many years ago.
So he's no longer alive?
No. Although his descendants still rule this land. The Goldborn.
What's the current descendant? The current ruler's name? Descendant?
1 second. Let me pull that up. I have it written down somewhere.
You said they were called the Goldhorn?
Goldborn.
Goldborn.
yeah, it sounds like me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say you look like you'd fit right in there, Frazetta.
That's not him. Corlath. Corlath Goldborn. May he reign.
Hmm.
Here, here.
He is our great ruler.
How long has Corlath been ruling for? A long time?
He must be going on his 90th winter.
It's old.
Does he look a day over 30?
Oh, it's been a long time since I've been to the capital, but he looked older than I was last time I went. Age is getting to him.
So tell me, do you have any stories of anything that needs, to be done around here?
Oh,
Anyone seeking bounties, etc.? You're offering bounties.
There is a bounty in West Haven I have heard of. An elf has been terrorizing the town as of recent. There's always the keep in the north.
What's that?
It's a bunch of food is what it is, but an old wives' tale of a great old sorcerer up there. But that's been a wives' tale since I was a child. Scares them from going off into the forest.
Sure it does. Would you be able to provide us with some sort of directions towards this old wives' tale?
If you go to the town to the north.
What's that town's name?
North Pass. Yeah.
And then head directly west into the mountains. You can see it on a clear day. There's a great ruin up there, but nothing lives up there.
Fair enough.
I also heard that Galric was looking for people to go on a hunt, but...
A hunt, you say?
Indeed. There's apparently a coven in their woods.
Witches. We're witch hunters.
Then that may be of interest to you, yes.
Indeed it would be. And where would we find this gentleman?
Well, Galric is a large city. It's the southern city of this land. If you go through Yarndale to Walden and keep heading that way, you'll find it.
Galric, you say?
Indeed. Apparently.
How many days' journey away would that be?
Maybe 3. If the
days?
weather permits it. Yes. Apparently the coven there has been abducting those showing the sign and bringing them into the fold of their debauchery.
Oh. Demon spawn.
Animals.
Demon spawn.
Or it could just be a bunch of druids.
If I had my say, I'd send the Inquisitors out there, but they seem to be dealing with their own thing.
Mm.
The who?
The
The
Inquisitors.
Inquisitors, you say?
Oh, the Inquisitors. Yeah, we heard about them.
What are
Not
they
really.
dealing with? What are they dealing with these days? We haven't really heard anything.
There's a town to the northeast, across the big lake up there, called Dalmanford. It seems that they've been directed up there for the last month or two. Not sure why. They try not to pry into their business.
Sure.
I'd suggest you wouldn't either. It would be unwise. Although they might like it that you're witch hunters.
Oh.
Maybe they could take you into their ranks. You never know.
Yeah.
Sounds interesting.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Fair in this place.
until
They're a bit too brutal for my taste.
Mm.
Are they sometimes needlessly brutal?
He looks around at the shut door real quick. He's like, "You could say that. If you ever go to Yarndale, I'm sure you'll see their displays of work."
Oh, disgusting.
They sound brutal.
Mm.
They sound like the total.
I'm all for going after people who have hurt people, but I'm not into just killing people willy-nilly.
Well, I'm sure you'd get along with most people then. Needless violence is not something that we care for in this land. Not
Sounds
that
like those
the Inquisitors
Inquisitors,
care much about that.
they seem to be looking for any excuse to use their violence.
They're their own people. How do I put this? Even Great Goldborn doesn't have much say of what they do.
Well,
You would think that the bloodline would have more of a say over the church, but they don't.
What church? Is that the Inquisitors
The
or a
Church of
church?
Morgul?
Oh, the Church of Morgul. Okay,
Yeah.
that's
I
right.
take
The only
Inquisitors.
deity.
He's pouring himself a strong drink. He seems to be getting more and more comfortable with you guys as you're talking.
I put a stack of our 5 gold there. That's good. I think that's a pretty good tip for our stories.
He looks at you with like quite
What,
surprised
Captain?
eyes and like pushes forward back and he says, "Do not bring such riches in front of me, please. I don't need more
Why do
people
you
coming in here begging for coin."
turn into a ravenous monster?
No, but
Put it
your
away
fun,
for
That
Put it
much
away
is
for a
how
rainy
much
day.
I would
Disrupt
make
their
in a
economy.
year.
Yeah.
So put it away.
Your gold
Put
would
it away
disrupt
for a rainy
the
day.
economy.
I don't have very many rainy days left.
Oh yeah, okay. Give it to your grandkids who are going to have to carry on the tradition of serving drinks and telling stories.
Those
I mean, you must have a couple of kids. Kids, and you'll be
yeah,
running an inn.
they don't exactly deserve that. They'll get the inn and nothing else from me. Most I'll do is take that to me with my grave. Keep it for
Wow.
yourself. I can't imagine someone giving such wealth away.
Should
You
see
might-
what we left
It might,
behind.
it might seem better in the city, but out here, no. And I don't know
Okay,
what
well-
the captain said to you, but I would suggest leaving in the morning, wherever you go. And it is not my business. Let me put it that way.
Well, I'll leave him one.
He
At
takes
least
it
it covers
and
all the drinks.
hides it in a back pocket.
I lean towards you, Charlie.
It's a cool
and I just
thing you
say,
can show them.
I think maybe even a silver would have covered more than our drinks and that for the evening.
Whatever, I
Well-
want to make sure our information's good.
Nothing wrong with giving more to the needful.
Find a table to rest at and wherever else. Just don't go in the basement.
You don't have a map of the land, do you?
We totally won't go into the basement.
We're going
For
to
bonus action, I'm going to duck behind the bar and hide.
And release the evil that is in
What
the
were you
basement.
asking there, Zobar?
If he has a map of the land.
Oh, you won't find any scribbles like that here. You'd have to go to a bigger place. We
Yeah,
don't,
that's what
we
the
don't
captain
have
said.
very many artists. More laborers.
Hmm.
I can
Fair
show you a
enough.
few people in town who know how to swing an axe to a tree, but
Not to a face or a leg.
God,
I'm gonna go to a table. And
he also
Or
walks
is
it-
out with
fire.
Or
a
just Oh, okay.
Hmm?
I was
well, it
Or
just
sit
looks
with the
nice
new
by the
guy.
fire, but yeah, I'll come join you.
No, we're going to sit with the new guy.
He pulls out chairs from other tables and puts them around
the
this
troll.
table. And as he's doing so, he also drops a handful of keys on the table and says, "Choose your room. No one else is staying here."
too kind. Too kind.
I played this game
Hey,
once with all the keys in a bowl.
We should group up. We don't
Ah,
Man down. Man down. So what are we planning on doing, my new companions? Are we going to
Um,
search for the witch coven? Or?
presenting us
Well,
with some options.
Hmm.
we do
There's
have
an
some options, but I think we got to go to West Haven.
West Haven with the Elf Terror.
Yes, I'm not too thrilled about going to a major city. Is West Haven a major city?
Nope. West Haven is a larger town. It's not a village.
Okay, I'm comfortable with that.
Yeah.
Is that on
Maybe
the
they
way?
give them
Like,
So yeah, that was the first bounty. It's like there's an elf terror in that city or in that,
Yep.
I
in that
figured you
town.
guys. I figured you guys would want to go to the North Pass, then up into the mountains.
Not yet. We
Sounds
don't know.
cool.
Yeah, I mean, another. What did he say? About another couple weeks or a month, and then we'd be getting into snow. I don't want to be up in the mountains unprepared.
That's supposed to be where a great sorcerer is.
Yeah.
So
Let's
yeah,
at least
that-
get
that
some
sounds-
proper clothing and stuff first.
Nothing
Yeah.
but a
Mhm.
boogeyman.
Yeah, the clothing might help. You're right.
Let's go to a larger town or city would be helpful. So maybe West Haven could do it.
So you guys spend the night chatting and eventually going to bed, whether you want to split up rooms or not.
I think we should pair up.
Yeah, just we don't. It's the unknown here, right?
Girls in one room, guys in the other.
Well, I don't know about that. But
Cosmopolitan of you.
We can.
Come
we
on,
can,
Grandma.
We can have more than a couple or more than a couple rooms. I think.
Mm.
You have your choice.
Rosetta and his
Or-
eagle count as two people.
Or we could all just like sleep on a table each. All
I'd
in the same room.
I mean, the reason I did it that way is at least we've got one fighter with two non-fighters.
Well, just yeah, we could move I assume there's probably 2 beds to a room. We could do it that way, or we can. I'm
Yeah.
sleeping in a bed.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. Grandma's bones are getting a little old.
I will more than likely just go into a trance and then read my book.
You find the lodging itself is, although not very
Luxurious.
luxurious, it is comfortable enough. The mattresses are filled with straw but it's clean.
Works for me.
Yeah.
Those of you who
So
do
what?
sleep, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Those of
Go
you who
ahead.
do sleep wake to smells of cooking downstairs. The night went by without issue.
Well,
I go bounding down the stairs for some breakfast.
Me too.
And I'm
Smells
following.
good.
Morning, Zavara.
Morning.
Not only is the old man there, but you also notice the captain is sitting at the, or standing at the bar, for better lack of word, with the old man. And you can see that there is a large boar being cooked. He
Smells
takes a look at
delicious.
you coming down.
Good
and
morning, Captain.
says, morning to you as well. Good.
Morning,
Maybe not.
Captain. Any news? Anything we can do to help cleanse the area of witches in the lake? Or the living dead, as we spoke.
I would hope there'd be no witches here. But
Not here per se, but in the area surrounding, perhaps threatening this beautiful town.
nothing around this town but wolves. That's our biggest issue.
We've met plenty of them.
Nothing that our hunters can't deal with.
Fair enough. Thought I'd ask.
We thought we'd let you depart with a good meal, so not to seem.
Hey,
Thank you.
I got a question. Captain. You say that it's plagued by wolves out there. Do any of have you ever seen wolves that are being, I don't know, controlled by people like pets?
No, of course not. What type of
Really?
fairy tale stuff would you have?
Oh,
Would you be peddling?
well, that's interesting.
Maybe to the
Curious.
north you could hear of some things like that. Those wild men with their wolves, but down here, nah. Of course not.
Much too civilized here.
We may be out of the way, but we're on a major route. There's definitely nothing like that here.
We won't tarry in your town.
I think you might just want to prepare.
You see
Just
a
in-
younger man come out of the back. He looks like a much younger version of the barkeep. Maybe in his mid-40s. And he seems to be carrying a... well, it's like a chest. It's not exactly like a chest, but it's like a chest-sized wooden box. Maybe like 1.5 feet by like half a foot deep. And he starts carving off chunks of the boar and stuffing it in there.
Awesome.
The
Looks
captain turns
delicious.
to you, Tav, and
making me
says,
hungry.
well, most of the people in this town might be scared of you. Talking to my good friend here, patting the bartender on the shoulder, says, I think you're of good of heart enough that we can leave on good terms, so we figured we'd send you on your way with some food. Hopefully you don't come back. And that's not
Hey, what
saying
if we're-
that I
what if
wouldn't
we're,
enjoy your company, but
What if we're stuck here for a long time and we just decide we're just going to become citizens?
That is something you'd have to deal with in the capital. That is above my pay grade.
We can just live outside the town. I could get our children.
If you want to build a cabin, by all means.
I'm kidding, of course. But people here don't understand.
Yeah, it's too much work. We'd have someone else build it for us.
We hunt witches. We don't build shacks.
You see the
we'll just take a witch's shack.
The younger man come out and drop this box, which is now full of steaming pork on your table. And he looks at you slightly in derision as he walks away.
Thank you.
Well, we have a choice. Well, where are we gonna go? West Pass? Or West
Pass. West Haven.
West Haven?
Yes, that seems to be the
North Pass. West Haven.
Yeah, West Haven, south and to the west.
After eating, I'm going to assume you guys start getting going. Unless you want to do anything else when you're in town.
No.
Not much we can do here.
For now.
I think basically we gotta show our worth and trust community. So that's why I was wondering if there's anything we can do for them, but they don't like us.
Well, just gonna say that we heard a whistle and the wolves were pulled away, so they probably have wild men likely nearby that they have no idea exist. So they might be attacked soon.
Keep in mind that was far away from here.
Yeah.
Was, but
2 days.
Yeah, it wasn't close.
As you're exiting town, you see the road you came in on, along with two other roads. One goes to the north and one goes to the west. It is about 7:30 in the morning currently.
So where are we gonna go?
West Haven, so west.
Everyone wants to go West Haven. I personally want to go to the tower.
The ruin up north.
Away from people. They don't like us here.
I agree.
Doesn't matter to me.
We need to
someone make a call so I can start
and it's better. And if we went to the tower, it's better that we let someone know we're going to the tower. So if something does happen and we do something major, they know who it is, and maybe they can spread the word.
Yeah.
Sure, I'm good with whatever.
Hey, man, wherever we go, they got to have a story about us. We're not doing this for just piles of gold. I want infamy, or
infamy,
famous. Yeah, both. I'll take both.
Sounds like you need to go in there and tell them.
We can tell them when we're leaving. Say, hey, we're going to go do this. If it's not an old wives' tale, we'll let you know.
Well, just let me know what you're
We're heading north then.
North.
Or
go north.
Yeah.
Sure.
Set out on the road north. It's about 2 hours in. You make it about that far. Once again, see that the roads are lined with trees. This road looks less traveled than either the west or the east road, but it's still traveled. Continue on another 2 hours. You can start to see that the road turns into a walled town. This isn't palisades of wood, though. It seems to be ringed with a stone wall.
North Pass.
You can start to see it in the distance there as you're traveling.
So do we throw Sharpton under the bus? Tell them that they told us to come this way?
Perhaps.
Maybe.
I think someone else should
We just keep our cloaks up and try not to draw too much attention.
Yeah.
It might be hard with the Dragonborn, but we can.
I do have a big snout, So
Before we get into the town, when we're still like outside of any, when we're close but not like at the gate, I want to cast enhance ability on Kron.
You want to cast what on me?
Enhance ability.
Invisibility?
Enhance ability, yeah.
Enhanced.
Oh, enhance ability. I thought you said invisibility.
No, enhance ability.
Of which
Am
kind?
I that ugly?
With for advantage on charisma checks.
Eagle Splendor.
Yeah.
Don't we already have that with our bolstering brew if we did that? Or we're not doing bolstering brew?
check.
No.
Yeah, well, we could do it again if we want to do that.
Bolstering
We'd
brew
have
isn't
to
that
find a
saving
nice,
throws only?
comfy place and redo everything. We could do
We
that.
can do that before we
Yeah.
leave the town. I don't care.
Yeah, stop before we go to town and
Okay.
buff up a little bit. Then everyone's got advantage on the charisma saving throws.
Yep. Which would probably be the good thing.
All right. Well, as you approach, after doing all that stuff, did you want to not cast that then? The other one?
Yeah, I won't cast that then.
Okay. Are you going to recast the life transference arrow on Charlie's weapon?
Yeah, I'll redo everything else. I'll keep my first spell knocked off.
Okay.
The only thing I will switch on it, I will do it at second ability. So I'll knock off a second spell and I'll do it the same way.
Okey-dokes. As you approach,
For
you can notice that this.
For the arrow?
Yeah.
So that makes it a 3d6.
Correct.
As you approach, you notice that there are.
I just added it as a condition so that I could remember.
These stone walls are about 20 feet high, and you notice that there are guards, quite a few of them posted on the outside of it, like on the crenulations themselves. And one of them shouts out while you're still a good distance away. Hail, travelers. What brings you to North Pass?
Well,
We are traveling here to supply and head into the mountains.
The mountains?
Sure.
What would bring you there? Hunting?
An old
The
wise tale.
bounty. Bounty, you've heard of the bounty, have you not?
No, but if
Our
there is
benefactor will pay highly for the head of witches. We do feel and hear that there are witches in the mountains. All we seek is refuge and some equipment, and then we will be away from here.
well, if you're
Perhaps
wanting to
not.
spend silver, I am not one to turn you away.
We have plenty of silver, my friend, plenty to spend here.
And gold.
Dozens of silver. Dozens.
He gives a hand pass, and you see the portcullis open. Well, if you're wanting to spend, come on in.
Cool. I like this place.
This town is quite a bit larger than the previous village you were in. You'd probably guess anywhere of like in the population of 2,000 to 3,000 people probably live here.
Oh boy.
Ooh, we're in Stroud.
it's a chunk.
Ooh.
You enter into town through the gates, and you can see that people are walking in the streets. There's like common town life going on. The guards here are carrying pikes with shields on their back, and they also seem to have something holstered on their back, like a. You're not sure what it is. It looks sort of like a crossbow, though.
Hey, is there any way we can take a 5-minute break?
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
It's
let's
like
take
almost
5.
10, so
Yeah,
good time probably.
take 5.
Yeah.
You have entered into this town of North Pass. It seems like people aren't very, they're not very sociable, the people on the street. Like, they're giving you a wide breath as they notice that you're not from town, but they're not clearing the streets. They're just walking to the other side.
Very xenophobic around here, I see.
Okay.
Yeah, they don't like trolls and dragons.
They
Apparently.
also tend
We're good.
They're averting their eyes as well. They're like staring off.
This is what royalty feels like.
They don't get
Is there
very many
anyone who
visitors.
isn't?
A few children,
Right.
but they tend to be grabbed by their parent and pulled away.
Mm.
You can hear like reprimands of like, "Don't be rude, don't stare at," to the children.
Don't stare at the monsters.
What are you guys doing? You can tell that even though they're a sizable town, they don't get very many visitors.
I guess we should look for some sort of merchants.
We need to
Area.
find a cartographer, do we not? Do we not
Yeah.
need to see a map?
We need
Map,
Map's a
gear.
good idea.
We
gear,
need
in general.
gear and a map
And winter gear.
and some
It's
food.
Not
Well,
too
we've got
far-
lots of food, but food that'll last.
It's not too far into the town where you see a general-looking store.
Let's go get some gear. Get rid
Yep.
of these foreign. Let's go get rid of our foreign clothes and get into some more local stuff.
We have those long cloaks that the captain gave us.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
And I like my clothes.
Walking inside, you see a young woman behind the counter, maybe in her late 20s. Look up at you and says, "Ah, new faces, new customers. What can I do for you?"
Hello.
And then she takes a better look at the one whose snout is just hidden. And
You can see the size of his nose.
recoils slightly, but
No.
maintains a facade of a smile. It looks almost pained.
You don't need to be scared of me, I say, in a very persuasive manner.
Roll me persuasion.
Fuck.
You should let me
Don't
do
you
You have
have
it.
advantage. You have advantage on charisma.
Yeah, you have advantage.
Oh,
you
I
have
do.
advantage.
There we go.
Ooh.
Oh, much better.
Thank you for the reminder.
She looks slightly relieved, but not. She's not 100% there. She's like maybe like 80%. She's
Eh,
like,
look at that holy glow.
if
Y'all have
if you have
something.
coin, I'm not one to judge.
Perfect, because we need some supplies.
I lean on the bar and I say, "My dear lady, he was cursed by a witch. We seek the witch to kill him so that he will return to his human form." I'll do a persuasion
You
check.
most certainly can.
You talking about me?
Yeah.
This professional.
I don't hide myself.
26.
True self.
She perks up. She's like, "That must have been what happened to you as well. Makes perfect
Yeah.
sense."
We have been cursed and we seek revenge.
Well, I am more than happy
Oh.
to help you find that. After what they did to you.
You're as kind as you are beautiful.
Look
Thank
at how hairy they made my feet.
She looks at Charlie and just is like, "I've seen your kind before. You can't fail on that one."
I just kind of gently take Brizetta by kind of the elbow, and I'm just like, "We're good here. Let's just sit down and avoid any conflict."
This is a general store. Where are you going to
Yes, the
sit?
general store.
No, I figured there was going to be like a bench or something kind of by the window or something. Or
Like try on your boots.
Yeah, you can find a bench there.
okay, I just want to kind of stay out of the negotiations right now while we kind of are winning.
She's like, so what can I help you with? And
We need like winter clothing or like better clothing for this
oh, of course,
climate.
we got plenty of that in stock.
Like, some rations, maybe, maybe some pittance and some roe.
Oh, I can. There's definitely salted food here.
But
Oh, yeah, food is good.
Cold.
Tents and sleeping bags.
Yeah, we need all that basic
camping
gear.
If you got the coin, I can supply you with any of that stuff.
We have coin.
We have lots of silver.
Then yes, I can be of much service to you.
I'm going to pull out a silver. Do you take this silver? It's silver. It's just got a weird stamp on it.
She looks at it.
We found
From
it.
behind the counter, she pulls out a like a scale, puts it on one side, puts some weight on the other, and she's like, "Yeah, what do you know,
Perfect.
Then
Then we got some money to spend.
Then I have some product to sell you."
This is what we wanted to hear.
A true capitalist.
Mm-hmm. Yes, you're going to sleep better tonight after we've left here.
I'm sure my purse strings will be quite taut as I leave my building.
Yes, they will as you leave your build. No.
So what can I get you?
We need, everyone needs, winter clothing. And
sleeping bags.
we need winter
Federals,
outdoor gear to camp.
Tent.
Oh, I can
Rope.
get all of that for you. There's what? 6?
6 of us.
10
Explorers
silver
pack.
each. Yeah, it would be an
Okay.
explorer's pack.
So 10 silver each, so 6 gold.
What else can I do you for?
Or do you all have silver?
I mean, she'll take a gold. She
I'll
is,
give her-
as you have put, a capitalist.
I'll give her a gold. Here.
Yep, I've got gold too.
That's
Quite
gear.
handedly gives you each a explorer's pack. You can add it to your thing.
Oh, cool. And that's 1 gold?
Yep. Gold has a different worth here.
Mm.
It's also a lot rarer to find.
I have a climber's kit. That's cool.
What else can I do you for? What else do you
150
want?
feet of rope.
Well,
look for a map.
Need a map.
A map? I mean,
can you get us one?
I can get you one. Those aren't
How
cheap.
long would it take?
I can get you one by the end of the day.
That'll work.
How much will it cost?
Probably about 20 silver.
Okay,
They're not cheap.
that's okay. As long as it's not like a map of, I don't know, just the lake.
No, of course I can get you a map of all of Clausland.
Perfect. It lets us know sort of where we're going. So
Anything
order
else?
a map. What other kind of gear does she have here? This is a general goods store?
Yeah, it's not huge, but it's has a lot of general supplies. No weapons or anything like that would be in here.
I'm going to buy
She
a lot.
goes into the
Ration.
back for a second, and she's like, "You hear, Bethany? Can you run to the Archivist and have a map done up?" And you hear a young voice come out from the back. It's like, "Of course, sis." And you hear the back door shutting, or opening then shutting. She
Now
comes
you
back
have to play all girl parts.
in. I'm not putting my wig on.
Why not? You put a helmet on.
But yeah, she comes back out. She's like,
I've seen anime. I've seen anime. Or cosplay anime or whatever that is.
Yep. Anything else? You
We
mentioned
need the
food.
map. We got the map. We got the winter clothes, right, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got camping gear.
The winter clothes will cost you an extra silver each.
Okay.
Okay.
And then you can add traveler's clothes, which will be good enough for the winter's clothes.
Almost already like over encumbered with
I already have traveler's clothes, so it doesn't matter.
point.
Yeah, I got them too. But now I haven't padded.
What else you need? You said you needed some rations, eh?
Some people might. I have 9 days.
The explorer's
50.
pack gave you 10.
Oh God, we got a lot of food.
Yeah.
Is there any place? No, that's not a good idea.
Rope?
I got rope. Some.
Each
50.
explorer's pack has a 50 feet of hempen rope as well.
I've got 150 feet of rope on me.
I just keep thinking mountain or hills, right?
Does anybody want my hemp rope? They can have it. I don't want to carry that.
You
You
hear
got
I got the silk. I have silk rope.
You're in here talking and perusing the stuff for about an hour, and you hear the back door open and slam shut again. And
That was
this
quick.
young girl comes up and hands a wooden tube to your current shopkeep. Saying, not even a full day's wait. Guess he had one already made up.
Oh, nice.
I had to know we were coming.
She hands it over to whoever wants to take it. Still in the tube.
I'll take it.
Hands it right over to you.
Why, thank you.
Of course, paying customers come first.
Of course.
That 20 silver?
Yep.
Anyone want to cover that? I have 24 silver left, and I have a bunch of gold.
Only got 15 gold.
Takes gold.
That's it.
Okay,
I
cover.
got 69 gold.
Yep,
I'll cover that.
There's money in the shared treasure from our last thing we never even split, so
Yeah.
it's fair to say we can just split that.
Split it.
Yep.
Unrolling
Okay.
the map, this is what you see.
There we go.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's good.
Yeah.
Oh God, I'm glad. I'm glad we didn't walk west.
Oh, yeah.
Start it.
Well, no, it was south and west, so it would be right here.
You do not see anything labeled, but you know where North Pass and Sharpton are.
North Pass Sharpton. Oh, no. Sorry. Yeah, sorry, right there. And there's a big city there.
Well, the clearing.
That's an ominous place up to the northwest.
Is that where we were wanting to go?
Yeah, that's
Keep
got to
them
be
out.
there, the ruins there. That's where we want to go.
Oh Jesus, that's a big ominous place, isn't it? Just like he said.
Yeah. Sure we want to go there?
I don't know.
I do. Let's go.
Yeah, we could always check it out if it's we can.
We
always
can
go
run.
back.
We
There
always
isn't a
have
path there,
option to
though.
run.
We'd have to go through the woods.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we have a map.
Yeah, but I mean, thick woods. Like, remember when we
Okay,
were
we
up
have a map.
north?
We have a map, and we
There's
have a
ruins
flag.
here, and
Yeah.
there's ruins here. You know, being that old school D&D-er, I'm just
Yeah.
throwing it right there.
Where?
But yeah, I think
where
isn't
do you
that
see the ruins?
what's that?
Right.
Dude?
Where were the ruins?
There
There.
and there.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, here, let me just zoom in. I missed all that. Oh, yeah, nice.
So
Good eye.
perhaps we get in for this one, and then if it's nothing, then we can go up here.
Yeah, and we'd also go through West Haven, too, on our way there.
Oh, well, there we are. Or we could always just go by way of, you know, up here, and then here.
Dead trees look like a sign of what's inside.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that makes it a lot easier now.
I'm
Oh,
gonna,
there's
I'm gonna ask the girl, "What's in that?" And I point at the keep.
Oh,
Are you acting dumb?
that's the old it's a bunch of ruins nowadays.
We heard it's like the center of a wives' tale.
Yeah, but who believes in children's stuff? She quickly looks
Exactly.
over her shoulder to see if her sister's there, which she isn't. She's like,
Exactly. I chuckle along with her. Let's go there.
people have said they've disappeared, but
Maybe they just
want,
got lost
if you
in
want
the woods.
either that or they climbed in there and fell to some rubble.
Death by misadventure, right? Exactly. We get nothing to
Accident. An accident does happen every now and then.
Especially up in
Fair.
the mountains.
This is true. This is
That's
true.
why we want to have
I mean,
proper gear.
Never
'cause,
know,
you know,
bear might attack or they get caught by the wolves or there's lots of
Okay.
misfortune.
Well, I think we're good here. I appreciate all that you've done, the services that were rendered.
Of course. Come back anytime if you're wanting to spend more.
We'll have more silver to support you.
Oh, I look forward to it. It's not easy raising it's not easy raising children.
My heart goes out to you.
Anytime.
And yes, we will avenge our curse. We must kill that witch, wherever that witch may be. I walk out the door.
could be in the tower. It could be where the wives' tale comes from.
Exactly.
She laughs at the wives' tales mentioned.
You know, leave no stone unturned.
If I looked like that, I wouldn't either.
Right? See, you can see our dilemma.
I've been there.
We're going to risk taking a fall or
The
slipping
struggle
on the
is
mountain
real.
or being eaten by a bear to try and cure our friends.
Well, that is quite noble of you.
Normally, they're really, really pretty.
Okay.
Wait.
What do you say, boys? Do you want to head straight to the fire? I say we go straight to the fire.
What time of day we got now?
I
We
think
only
we
had
should
to
go
wait
check it out.
for.
It's like
We were
1.
here for 2 hours.
It's 1.
Oh yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, let's go.
We can get there.
Oh Lord! All right.
Oh Lord.
Well, I mean, normally it's the halfling that goes charging into death.
Well, Grandma, keep telling, preach,
I don't know.
share your wisdom.
Are you?
I mean, honestly, we're in a strange land in a strange area. You want to go through the woods,
Yep.
which we know has big wolves in it.
That were easily killed.
And the feeling
Yeah.
that something's
So-
watching you.
So far.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
But nothing came.
No,
So far.
so far.
Are ya chicken?
We
So
went
far,
to
I have
Stonehell.
felt more unease from the townspeople than I have from the woods.
I'd
Agreed.
have to agree, but
Let's not be fools. Let's and so what's the word? Weak-minded. Let us go to this keep.
Okay.
And discover these wives' tales truth.
Yeah.
All right.
Maybe we'll gain some status amongst the folk.
Yeah.
Maybe we
Well,
can be like the
maybe-
explorers.
The new tales
And
of
maybe we
travelers
can
above
cure
beyond.
what's wrong with your, you know.
I don't have to wear this fucking
You
clothes.
guys just share that silver? Because did you see the number? I had 0 silver. My number now is 666.
I just noticed
Yeah,
that
yeah, it
too.
is. I just.
Same.
All right. Nope. That's assigned to the keep.
Okay, we're staying here for the winter.
You start
Sorry.
heading out. You
Blend
see,
in with the
you
crowd.
see the guard that welcomed you in. As you're leaving, it's like safe travels.
Thank you. We'll be back for more silver for the town.
He starts.
Tell them.
You hear him chuckling at that.
Remember our names.
Even though we haven't told
Heading
you.
off.
We will tell new tales. We'll weave the new story for you. We'll be back.
How? Okay, you start heading off. You're about an hour in, which is about there. About here, actually. It's a very
I
big
guess the
map.
bird will just see the mountains and we'll just go that way, basically.
Yep. Which is good because I won't have you roll survival checks on getting lost, since you have some sort of a line of sight with a Drake.
We love you, Drake.
I love the Drake.
It's getting to be around 6 o'clock when you exit the forest here. It is still very rough terrain getting through the woods. It's very dense woods. And you get into a section that just looks like dead trees.
Does it correspond with the map, kind of? Or not? We can't tell.
You're about here.
Okay.
Yeah, it's nothing but dead trees for what looks like a kilometer or two.
Well,
And you said it's like 6 p.m.
Yep.
harder for things
What?
to
How long before it gets dark here? Like compared to the
Gets
last few
dark
days?
around
like
9.
So we got 3 hours. You want to camp it out here and go through the day, or you want to make it try and
Looks
push
like
to the tower?
through the dead woods, it's a lot easier to travel because it's not all bush.
We can see, yeah.
I think we should probably push as far as we can.
I agree.
Let's just stop when we need to stop.
I agree.
Okay.
Yep. Keep going.
It's about 2 more hours in. So it's around 7 o'clock when you hit about this point.
Yeah.
At that point, you're starting to see there is paths up to what looks like ruins of a great amount of stonework. I need everyone to make me a wisdom saving throw.
Well, that's a good start.
Or
Nat 20.
That.
A saving throw or a check?
Saving throw.
What do you get? +3 on your aura?
Yeah.
15.
Got it.
14.
Alright. Tarmoa and Brazetta, I'll get to you two in a moment.
Mm-hmm.
Kron, Charlie, Zovara, and Yom, you all have the sudden feeling of being watched. Like the hair, if you have hair on the back of your neck, stands up.
Oh, we're halflings. I am a halfling. Got lots of
Yeah, I
hair.
guess Brazetta's the only one without hair on the back of their neck.
So I look like a porcupine right now.
Right before you asked for those checks, I was going to ask to like look around and see if there was any signs of life or tracks or anything.
Guys,
No, it is dead quiet except for your footsteps.
guys, someone's watching us.
Tarmoa and Brazetta, on the other hand.
Not being watched.
They see the person watching us.
No, you feel what the others are feeling right now, but you also see, like, you don't see it, but like it's like in your mind you're seeing it, like almost like flashbacks, but not of things that you've noticed before. It looks like a ruined hall, stonework crumbling, and a swift, like a figure moving out of a line of sight in the darkness.
It
Does take you aback for a second. You're just like, it's almost like you weren't standing in the dead woods for a moment.
Cool.
But it was just a split
Like
second of it.
like a time slip.
What are you guys doing?
Well,
Are we setting up camp out here, or are we going in?
Fuck that. Someone's watching us, man. Let's move.
Yeah, I don't
like
feel
that.
comfortable if someone's
should
watching us. I
definitely
think
get
it's
out of
from
here.
runes.
I would rather be inside the ruins than have someone watching me right now.
Well, they're going to be watching us probably in there, too.
At least we'll have shelter.
if it's scrying or like just some paranoia.
Well, we all got paranoid at the same time? Come on.
I don't believe in that sort of coincidence.
Magic?
Perhaps.
There's a witch.
It's an
For
insight.
real.
We're gonna save you guys. We're gonna get you back to normal. Don't worry.
We are normal.
Let's head in then.
Like, hey guys, you know we are like witches, right? You can't just like.
You guys had me convinced that's why we were here, to get these guys turned back.
I don't have
Mhm.
a
You
short sword, but like
continue
it's
on.
not the main weapon.
And as you're getting closer to the ruins, it starts getting more and more snowy as you're ascending the mountains.
Hmm.
You start noticing signs of ruins.
Love it.
Although these are still not like the main ruins. You can see the main ruins up, still farther up on the mountainside, but it looks like this is ruins of what was once a city on the outside of a keep.
What about the path that we're on? You said it was snowy. Are there any tracks at all? Animal, humanoid?
Roll me a survival check.
Oh,
Yeah, no barbarian, ranger, or druid.
I don't have survival.
I do, and I rolled a 5.
You see no signs of life. Termo.
Hmm. Well,
Although-
now I'm gonna roll my stealth.
Yeah, we're not rolling checks if we don't have the skill, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Indeed.
I could survival.
I didn't need to do
Nice.
that.
Yeah. Oh, whoa. Nice, Brazetta.
Brazetta, there's not even signs of birds in the area.
Oh, that's ominous.
Poof. Charlie is invisible.
Mhm.
There is, even through the snow, some sort of natural path, or what was a road at one point in time. And you can tell from like just the way the snow falls here. Although there's not much snow, it's maybe a millimeter or two on the ground, but it's fully covering. Like nobody walks through here.
Okay.
And technically, you guys actually should be down here because you're going that way up the hill. But
I don't want to be in the lead.
Yeah, let's figure out our marching order, guys. I'm very, very well, let's just say squishy. So my AC is 10. So
Ooh.
Ooh!
yeah. It's
I thought your skin was stone.
happens in Dex is your dump stat.
Jesus.
No, my skin isn't stone. I can regenerate once a day. So I'll probably be using that a lot.
Oh, I'm hidden.
My
so.
AC is 12, but I can throw on mage armor, which I probably will do now.
Yeah, my AC sucks too. Another reason why I took sorcerer, so I could have the shield spell.
Yeah, I've got that and telekinetic power.
Oops. I didn't mean to cast that. Oh, I didn't cast, did I?
You guys
Yeah, I didn't, I didn't mean to cast. I meant to click on it to read it.
you also see in the distance. This is what you see in the distance.
Cool.
Oh.
Nice.
Although
Cool.
it does not look that well in shape. It's more crumbling. But it is a very large keep.
Let's go towards it. I like it. That's where the witch is.
Shelter from the winter.
Yes.
Right, let's go find the Winter Witch. Just making shit up.
As you get closer, you it feels like it's getting colder and colder. What it was when you first arrived here was maybe 9-10 degrees in the sun. It's dropped well below negative temperatures as you get towards the actual keep itself.
Is it windy too, or just straight
Nope,
cold?
just
like dead
cold.
air?
Unnatural cold.
Well, maybe we can make a fire in there somewhere.
Light a torch. That'll keep you warm.
We'll
Or firebolt.
That'll
fireball.
keep you warm too. Well, let's get inside and see if it changes, or if we're stuck in this frozen winter wonderland.
Yeah.
All right. You start approaching, getting closer and closer. It keeps getting colder and colder as you do.
Man, I hate this.
By the time that you're within the precipice of the outer walls, it's gotten down to like negative 15.
Ugh.
This is crazy shit.
Well, my monastery was in a mountain, so yeah.
Who convinced us to go here?
It was a democratic decision.
Thank God.
Always blame the democracy.
We went to Stonehell.
Yeah.
This is just a similar place, just with snow and dead trees and
Look how tiny we look.
tails.
Lord.
Ooh, I got refog.
We're tiny. Is that a frost giant? Oh, sorry. That's
See
Yeah,
the
well,
great
look at that
keep
big
before
ballista.
you. And I guess you can see through the middle of the keep there to this side.
I will hide. Since I'm hiding, I'll be hiding behind Brazetta. Where's Brazetta? He's not in the front.
Oh, there I am. There.
The space in between that is fogged still is open. It's just underneath.
sure.
Okay, so we're heading underneath something. Gotcha.
The tunnel.
The large walls. The gatehouse.
The portcullises.
Except there's no portcullis there. Yes.
Hmm.
It looks like it has been completely removed.
Hmm.
I'm gonna go up here and do a divine sense.
And everything radiates evil.
60-foot range.
You don't sense anything within 60 feet of you.
Notice he said within 60 feet.
Well, this place is quite large.
Yes, exactly.
It's like him saying, otherwise, the room is empty.
Yeah.
Very true. Yeah. Very, very true.
If you walk through, just pass yourselves over to the other side if you want. I can't unfog the middle because... Let me grab my unfog tool. Everything in here looks very old. Although that you can see that there is a door still on the front there. Although the door is it's a set of double doors. They're quite large, about 20 feet tall a door and 10 foot wide a door. There's two of them. Also, when you pass the threshold, the temperature, instead of being like in the negative 15, it hits like 5. It gets surprisingly warmer as soon as you pass the threshold.
Aha.
Much better.
Escape the cold.
How high was
Feels like spring.
Sorry, could you repeat that, Con?
How high was the portcullis tunnel?
About 90 feet.
90?
Yep.
What the fuck? They used to go through these
Sorry,
doors.
the portcullis itself was about 30. The wall height is about 90.
Yeah. So like giants and shit.
Winter is coming.
Oh, God. Let it go.
Please don't say that.
Oh no. And these buildings are here? These three?
Yes, although they are run down. This looks to be, what was a stable? Although it was all collapsed. And these two look like they were like, outside shelters, like lean-to shelters, big ones. But they all look collapsed too. Anything that's like wooden, except for the doors, looks collapsed completely.
Do you guys want to just
Signs of ruin.
Do you guys just want to walk around the outside to get sort of an outside map before we decide to go in,
We
or
can
just go right to the doors?
I'm not actually moving there. I'm just like over this way.
Yeah, like do you want to go around and
Sure.
see what's all outside, and then before we go in?
Start walking over this way. These buildings, like, how are the roofs and like what are the condition are they in?
Those buildings are all ruined. They're like falling apart.
Okay.
See a big staircase leading up to the top of the wall. But it ends there.
You just want to
Okay.
scout around the walls?
Hmm.
See if there's a tower opening or something?
Yeah, if you go up, we have a tactical advantage if we're up top, boys.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
I don't mean to move you. I'm trying to unfog. It opens up into the wall. And looking either way.
It's still as warm up here on the wall as it is
Yep.
down. Okay.
Looking into it, you see two very large doors.
Hey, if I stuck my hand over the outside of the wall to the west, does it get cold?
Yes.
Cool.
It's like it's almost like a shocking feeling going from being 5 to being -15 or colder.
Nice.
So we go south.
That's some pretty powerful magic around this building.
What kind of shape are these doors in?
Good
Like
shape.
wooden? Really?
Yeah. They're wooden with steel crossbars and whatnot.
Not worn and
Nope, not at all.
so strange why those buildings would be like that, but these aren't. Can we take a look at the door, guys? Maybe
Yeah, I'm right here.
go, Charlie. I'll help you.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Guidance.
Okay. I don't think I need it, but
I think you're good.
No.
They look like well-maintained, surprisingly, doors, but they're just doors.
Okay, I'll try.
not locked.
Doesn't appear to have a lock on it.
All right, strong boy.
Opening it up.
Do I
hold
need
on.
to? Do I need to roll or?
Nope.
Yeah.
Opening up reveals a large room with a staircase leading up.
Empty room or?
The room is empty. There looks to be like old torch sconces lined on the walls and whatnot. And right in the middle looks to have a very large, like 10-foot wide brazier that hasn't been used in many years. Give me 2 seconds.
Sure.
Looks big.
Very big.
That's what she said. I know. Such the.
What a
Yeah.
nice snout you have.
Yes, it is. Very nice. You do lots of brown nose in this thing.
Ew. You're like an anteater.
That would mean his tongue is longer than his head.
Well,
Yeah.
he is a dragon, kinda.
Best of both worlds. Big snout, big tongue. Do everything.
Little brain.
Oh, jeez. You guys are so deprived and disgusting. I swear.
Yes. It's total depravity over here. We know you are. You've been married 20 years.
Ah, not quite, but that's nothing to do with it.
May as well be.
I've always been
So
like
the
this.
staircase that you're seeing there looks like it's collapsed.
All right. So there's a
There,
way
like-
out of this.
Is there a way we can get up it? Maybe.
Is
Like, oh,
that a
obviously no.
door over here?
It doesn't look like there's a way up. It looks like the entire like column that would be the staircase is collapsed in on itself.
Oh, I see.
All right. Do you want to move through and go around the whole top?
We could just go through this other door and see what's over that way. It's over the main
Yeah.
gate. There's another tower over there. I mean, I don't know. Won't take long. Just search it.
Looks like the door, like the one that you entered into this area in.
I'll just open it.
You see large, although very, very rough ballistas set up here in this room.
There's a door there.
There is.
Looks like it, yeah.
Also
Take
coming
take
into,
a nice look at it.
getting up that way. It looks like a wooden door.
I'll open it.
Opening up, it looks like this was like a storeroom in the past. There were racks
Ammunition.
where ballista bolts would be hung on the wall and whatnot.
All right. You guys want to move through to the next door over here, to the east?
Yep.
Are those beds?
They are, although they're in poor shape.
Well, yeah. I'm not going to sleep in one, but
They look like Kirby's eyes or something.
And you notice the black marks there are murder holes where the people pour boiling oil or whatever down. They're open to the bottom.
All right. I guess we'll open up this other doorway on the east side.
Similar to the room before, with a collapsed stairway. It's largely empty with the brazier in the middle and whatnot. Let me just turn on fucking stuff. If you haven't noticed before, this place is absolutely massive in scale.
Yep.
yep. Tell by all the zooming.
The end of this hallway, where you can see where that door would be, is actually collapsed in on itself.
But the staircase is still good.
Yep, it's like they'll last like 20 feet. It's all collapsed in.
Oh, this
Perfect.
one. You check
That
this one?
staircase is collapsed as well.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Let's go back down.
We can't go through that door?
No, that's so like this
Collapse.
entire area is collapsed in.
Okay.
But the staircase is still good, right?
All right. Let's cut over. Let's get to the main prize, or
It's a
go over
huge
the other side.
staircase.
The main prize.
Yeah, the other side there with the doors that we skipped the first time around. Let's check that real quick.
Yeah, I'll take a look.
What are you looking at?
The door.
Oh, the one we're at. Okay. Yeah. Fucking
Yeah.
door.
Like I said before, each of the doors, there's two of them, about 20 feet tall, 10 foot wide. Very heavy looking.
I'll try to open one.
I'll help him.
That's going to be an
Help.
athletics check.
Sure.
I'll give you a hand with that. I have athletics.
Not 20.
Oh, jeez.
Oh,
Oh my
Howard
word.
was great.
You push the door open, and you're blasted with heat.
Well, whoever still lives here does not like the winter.
It's brightly lit in here.
What the fuck is this place?
This is our new dining hall. Duh.
I'm going to come up to the door, knock on the door, and go, "Hello? Is anyone home? Might we come in?"
Stop talking.
You hear nothing but your echo come back to you.
See, I don't want to be rude if we're heading into a, sinister house.
Because they're going to be so polite.
We're in the middle of
You're
nowhere.
definitely not going to be sinister anyway.
As you step inside Zovar,
Gracious hosts.
roll me a wisdom save.
I got a feeling somebody's watching me.
oh God.
You like that?
You feel like someone's eyes are burning into the back of your head.
Into the back of my head.
Yeah, like someone's
That was my
staring
singing.
you
That's
at the.
not saying.
I turn around and stare at Rosetta. What?
And as you turn around, it feels like it's burning still into the back of your head, like it's constantly, like a foot behind you.
I feel like someone's watching me. You're right, Rosetta.
Well, stay close with me, everyone, as we go in. I will protect you and guide you to the truth, not these thoughts that run rampant in our minds. I start stepping in with my friend, Silvara.
All
I
of you
just wanna
feel
keep
the
the
same
warmth.
as you walk in.
I look around, smell.
Kronda's very taken aback and staying out of this.
Big smell.
Much warmer in here, Crown.
I like it in here. The cold is not my friend.
I'm a little hesitant.
Come back and say,
It
you're
is
not
pretty
missing
fucked up.
much. You're not missing much.
Shall
What's
we?
on the tables?
Those are all tables, right? Yeah.
Yeah, nothing's
dinner
on the
plates?
tables.
Okay.
Oh, they're empty.
What is this like around? Is that like a wall going up? How high is it roughly?
Nope, it's just a change in time. Like, it does go up slightly, yeah.
Well, there's stairs or
Yeah.
something at the end there, isn't it?
It's like 5 feet up.
Oh, okay. So
It's just like sort of sunken in the middle,
Oh, okay.
or slightly raised on the outside, I should say.
So I can like hop up here easily.
Oh yeah.
I'm going to be sharing my familiar senses at this point.
That's the door to my east.
Yep.
Let's keep walking this way.
At the end of the hallway, right here, looks to be like a great hearth. Not lit.
Like a fire.
A fire
Why
pit
is it so
place.
warm?
Yawn Swarm, I'm not built for this. Let them do what they have to do.
It's warmer in here.
Mm-hmm. Kind of like closer to the
You
bowels
can,
of the beast.
yeah, you can feel the heat emanating outside the door.
I'm good.
Like how hard?
I say, come here. And I reach my hand out and I touch you and I give you mage armor.
Is it like
To me?
Yeah.
Ooh.
We're like buddies right now. We're like right next to each other.
Yeah, I
is it like
have to touch you in order to give it to you, so.
Right.
is the warmth like in tavern like
Thank you.
fireplace warmth or like hotter?
It's like 35 degrees in here.
Oh, so it's like sweaty ball on.
Yeah.
Like Miami Beach titties. I mean,
What?
Yes.
That escalated quickly.
it did. Sorry. Anyway, okay. I was just curious.
I
Well,
say,
doesn't bother
Northern
me,
Florida
but-
in spring or in summer.
I look at Crown and I say, I think you're better equipped now. Let's go.
Is there wood in the fire pit to be able to like light a fire if we wanted, or
Nope.
is it just all burnt out ash?
Neither. It's clean marble.
Hmm.
Now that you're all that far in, you see the door slam shut.
Oh,
Of course it does.
Oh yeah, gotta do that.
You also see all the tables appear with food on them.
Ooh.
And a disembodied voice says, "Come, sit. I haven't had visitors in many a moon. Welcome."
Well, thank you for your hospitality. Might we know who our gracious host is?
My name is Huxlin. Pleasure to meet you.
Oxen?
Huxlin.
Oxlin.
Oxen.
I see you are outlanders like I once was.
Hmm.
Where are you from?
Please sit.
okay.
Oh,
Sit?
righty.
I'm sitting.
Was that like a demand or like just a nice
It
gesture?
was it wasn't demand. It was like a suggestion.
Kind of like you're being voluntold.
Hmm.
Is the food real on the table?
Yes. Looks fresh.
Where'd the food
And
come
it doesn't
from?
look like it's just a magical illusion. Like it's
Nope.
conjuration.
It's there.
Oh, fucking was empty. Now it's there. It's like, how's it
Where
fresh?
are you from, if I might ask?
Why don't you show yourself? Why are you talking to us from wherever you are? Why don't you come join us for some of this food you're offering?
I will
I'm
in
sure
a
you're hungry
moment of
too.
time. But
You don't have the
first,
time?
Outlanders, where are you from? The majority of the party who were in Stonehill were from a world called Tristania, by the way. But I'm just letting you guys know that. Whether or not you want to answer.
Testania, you said?
Tristania, yep.
Oh. I'm from the mountain region, far to the north of a place called Stonehill in Testania?
Tristania.
Tristania.
Another place I have not heard of.
Where are you from?
I am from a world called Orth.
Hmm. Well, nice to meet
Never
you.
heard of it.
You seem to be a very competent master, being able to bring about such food. Is that all coming from your homeland of Orth?
No. That is my own.
So
I
wait,
made
you
it
got stuck
just
here?
for you. Indeed. Many, many moons ago.
And you couldn't figure out how to leave? Oh, this doesn't bode well for us.
No, it does not.
Did you try to leave, or did you enjoy?
Many times. Too many times.
So what do you do now that you're stuck here?
Keep to myself mostly. Ignore that.
Where are you?
I sent something in the chat, but ignore it. Apparently, I'm not a player in my own game, so it's hard to add the NPC.
Are we free to like roam around your keep?
No, I will come join you in a moment.
Oh,
I'm not gonna eat anything. I'm just gonna wait. I'll do a
See,
divine sense again.
I'm gonna move away from
nothing
the table.
happens right when you use it. You see a bright blue flash come from the fireplace.
The fuck is that? What the hell is that?
That is standing in the fireplace, or comes out of blue flames.
Huh. Looks nice.
Walking
gonna
slowly
react
towards
Lovely.
you. Your undead sense is pinging hard now with your divine sense.
Dead. Let's go.
No, you don't say.
It's gonna die right now.
My name is Huxlin. It's a pleasure to meet you, Outlanders.
Long
You notice
have you
his
been
face shape.
traveling?
He looks like, while he was living, he was dragonborn.
Oh,
Relative of yours?
He goes into a deep bow. Welcome.
I'm conflicted.
Starts
This
walking
isn't
over.
going to go well.
I'm gonna walk over to him.
Ah, kin of my kin from another place. Welcome to my humble abode.
You're dead.
It is a current state of being, yes.
Much of me earns to destroy you right now for what you are. What do you think about that?
I think that would be foolish. He pulls up his sleeve slightly. Past the skeletal hand, he still does have some skin on his arm, and you notice that there's silver scales.
Oh,
Just like the femur.
that doesn't mean he's good to me. But he hasn't been hostile either, though.
No.
He's made us food
He's
and
actually been.
has bowed and wants to talk. Seems we can maybe glean some knowledge and through
I
it.
see your scales are of a similar
I would
kin
not
of.
call you kin otherwise.
So far, he's been the nicest person we've met here.
Maybe it's like a
Very true, very true.
it's like a reverse society. Like undead are good, and the normal people are fucked up
Lie.
and evil.
How long have you been here in this place?
Not very long.
Few days.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
I am almost jealous. It's been, what has it been? 600 years?
Were you weren't undead when you arrived, right?
No.
What created you?
I turned myself this way. More time to figure a way out.
Cheat death, or whatever you want to call it.
Indeed.
Just how long have you been watching us?
Since you came to the mountain.
Something else was watching us before.
Something else is, yeah.
Ah. Must have been them. Yes.
Who's
This is
them?
one of the few
Wolf
places
Inquisitor?
their eyes do not reach. The Goldborns were probably watching you.
The ruling family.
Indeed.
Don't like them being called Goldborn. That's what I am.
You are much more than what they are.
Thank you.
Guildborn's the name, not their
I know.
status.
So
Hold on. I look back.
Do I sense a lot of magic coming out of this guy?
Yes. His cloak, his staff that he has on him, radiating it.
so if you found a way out of here, would you take it?
100 times over. This place is
Yeah, I mean-
cursed.
Do you have any leads?
If I did, I would be busy working at them and not greeting you.
Don't
No
know. You're
offense.
dead. Figure you got lots of time.
And every minute that I spend here is hell.
Not bad, eh?
Well, at least the last few minutes have been probably more pleasurable few minutes you've had in a long time, I'm guessing.
You're the
Seeing such a superior kind like myself and my friends here.
You're the first
What is it you'd like us to do? Is there anything we can do to help you?
Are you stuck in here? Yeah. Can we help you in any way to be your like?
stuck in here of my own volition.
Oh, this is how you retain your state.
There are too many books I need to still go through.
See?
It's a lot of books over 600 years.
You have so many books here?
Indeed.
I am an archivist. I thoroughly enjoy knowledge, and if there's any way I could gain more, I'm more than happy to help.
If that is something you wish to help me with, I'd be more than happy. But first, please, sit, eat. I no longer need it, but I know those of flesh still do. I've not forgotten that.
I'll go over here and I'll start eating.
Yeah, me too.
The food tastes amazing.
I was gonna say, I've already had a plate and another one.
Mm-hmm. Let us
Fuck
eat.
yeah. Yammer on, dead guy. I'll just keep eating.
I'm sure you have come here like I came. Through fog.
Yeah.
Yep.
This place is nothing more than a prison.
Well, we didn't do anything wrong to go to prison, did we, guys? Anyone?
It's not your
No,
prison.
but we did piss off a few people that would probably want us to go to prison.
I didn't break a femur of some malevolent deity.
Ye-
Let's talk
For
about that.
yourselves.
well, there was that, but then I mean, what about also the mage who was trying to that we released, who was doing the ritual in the room in the labyrinth?
Could
That
he
we-
have sent us here, really? Or the dragon? He was seemed pretty powerful.
Yeah, but I mean, the guy was trying to get immortality, and we disrupted that and
He kind of oopsied it.
It seems
Yeah.
like you've had quite a few adventures.
Well,
Yeah.
we were having fun until our buddy got ate by a dragon, and then it didn't seem fun anymore.
Or a demon burst out of another one of our friends.
Well, yeah, he shouldn't have picked up the stick.
Wrong
This-
campaign.
Oh,
It's the one
whoops.
you guys brought back to life. It was the bird.
That was the curse on him.
Yep.
When he died, he
I
summoned something.
welcome you here as a place of sanctuary,
What do we do?
away from prying eyes. Very
So
few would
I must
dare
ask
step
you,
foot.
there are rumors amongst the villagers that this is the abode of a witch, and that no one that goes in ever, well, leaves. Is there any truth to these rumors?
Indeed.
Oh,
I wouldn't let those who might work for the family leave.
Oh, you're the witch.
Makes
Oh,
sense.
can you
But
turn our two buddies back?
outlanders such as yourself, like I was once, I have a bit more faith in you.
In
All
what
right.
though? Faith in what? We stumbled in here. We don't know why we're here other than it's a prison, apparently.
He looks
And
directly at Brizetta and then looks
He-
over
Brizetta
at
says-
Krond and says, I wouldn't think either of you would be part of the family. Let me put it that way.
Maybe we should go and slay the family.
Let's kill the family.
I
No,
think
it's not a nice family. Rather dysfunctional.
it just seems like if it were that easy, he would have done it already.
Mm.
well, I don't know how far he can go because he couldn't hear us outside the tree line. So I'm guessing that's the extent of his
That is
travel.
where I can look. The family has domain over the rest of this place.
Mm.
They stopped the
So
screaming.
where's the head of the snake?
The capital, of course.
Another capital city.
If you had your fill, please come with me. Starts walking away.
Sure.
Let's see where this goes.
Hell yeah, this guy's
Hopefully not into a blue fire.
He casts.
Well, I mean,
He's
that-
He starts
600 years
casting a
old.
spell, and the blue fire lights up, and he walks into it.
No.
It's like, it's
Into the
like,
blue fire.
it's like Hansel and Gretel. Lure us in with all the treats and the good food. You put us in the oven.
Bad
That's
meal.
awesome.
So true. We're going to the big fucking oven right now, aren't we?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And you all burn to death. Game over.
Well, you're immune. You're resistant to fire. You might make it out.
Then I'm alone.
Tell our tale.
Where
Become a
I'm
bard.
shunned from everything around here.
You guys did go in, right?
You could be
Yeah.
the weird old guy that tells stories of weird stuff that people never heard of. What's a fucking dragon? Fuck.
My god, endless library. This is my heaven.
He walks
All
in.
right.
Oh Lord.
You can see
Well-
both going down and up thousands of floors of books.
This is as far as Yummy goes in this campaign.
I was gonna say, well, Johnny. Thanks for coming. You guys have a cousin?
You can see I have not managed to read all that I can.
How could you read all these books?
I haven't.
Well, fair enough.
Are they in any sort of organization? Or are
Have
they
you ever
just-
He
have you
puts
ever
his
forgotten
hand
where you
in
are?
his, or his head's in his hand. He says, "No."
Have you ever
Whoever
gone
organized
down to
this,
get the next book and forgotten which row you were in?
that I have not.
That would be drastic.
Yes. Wow.
So why are you showing us this? What do you want?
He looks over
I mean,
to
people-
Yamswan and
people-
says, "She
Dude.
offered help in the books."
Silly.
Show me an area you haven't looked at yet. I'd like to see.
Oh, you crazy!
Those
Now
26,000.
This seems like a curse.
I can see your friggin' relation.
He walks over to the edge and goes 90 degrees, like spider walking down.
Yeah.
Makes it
Don't
about
think-
3 floors down, and then steps into a hallway of books. Pokes
I
his
don't
head
think
out.
we can do that.
Good luck with that, Yami. So, what can we do to help you? Oh yeah, the family.
Starts walking back up. It's like, no sense of adventure. Didn't want to follow.
No.
Friggin', I don't want to fall down that hole.
Well,
Have
if
you ever been to the bottom of it?
Once.
Well, I don't want to go down there.
He grabs Yamswan and pushes you slightly over the edge, and his like gravity inverts to like 90 degrees.
Oh,
So you're standing on the edge.
it's the
Okay.
coolest library I've ever seen. I wish I was interested in books.
That's amazing. All right, well,
And
I
then
walk
pulls you
down there.
back just for a second.
Hmm.
He's like, so yes, you could walk. This place is a fucking hellhole.
Yeah.
You're sounding less and less impressed by your own castle.
This isn't mine. I am just currently taking up residence.
So what are most of these books? Are most of them cursed, or are they
No.
just holding random histories? Or
And
What-
how much
Just
history can this little prison
about
have?
anything. Do you know how many romance novels I had to go through?
Well, even one is too many.
And the rest are all cookbooks for the Lich.
Have you ever read Judy Blume?
Just on the first floor. And he points out like the first section. He's like, there's over 3,000 of them.
Sure, it's not over 9,000.
And you
Wow.
thought that reading a romance novel might find you the way out of here?
I had to flip through every single one of them. You never know.
Someone could have hidden a map in it, some money,
An old
dried
scroll.
flowers.
I did find a scroll in one of them.
Create romance.
Well, there's that. There's that.
Anyways, yes, about the family. That's where I sent the last Outlanders, and they're not here anymore.
Wait,
Hmm.
we heard stories of the last Outlanders. Fire rained from the sky, did it not?
Did they ride in wagons?
They came in wagons
See, we
from a far
need a
world called
wagon.
Kryn.
Where did they get the wagons from?
We need one.
I could breathe fire.
well,
You can possibly buy one.
Hmm.
They took my suggestions a bit too literally.
Ah.
Hmm.
Did you tell them
I
to rain fire from the
jokingly,
sky?
I jokingly insisted that they just burn away the fog, and they took way too literally.
Hmm.
Well, I mean, you are kind of weeding out the idiots, and that clearly weeded out some idiots.
And as far as I'm aware, they left.
Oh, the ones that left in the wagon. See, we need a wagon.
have you not tried to procure your own wagon?
It wasn't the wagons.
Oh,
That
was like
he
having a towel.
sounds exasperated. The wagons aren't the important part.
It seems like it. They're in every story.
Oh, coming back to the wagons.
Yeah,
The
every story.
dumbest
rolls
adventurers
on.
landed in his lap.
The key is getting rid of the royal bloodline. That's how they got out. And if I could have done it by myself, I would have.
Wait. So they killed the royal bloodline and they got out, but yet there's still a royal bloodline.
They missed some.
Apparently, you don't have to kill the royal bloodline to get out. You just have to kill some.
Either that or a new family took over and assumed it.
Nah.
Well, we could
I'm
go.
not into the inner politics of this place. If you can see, I've been preoccupied.
I was gonna
Mhm.
say you should have killed them and then just took over and been the family.
I tried that when I was younger. It didn't go so well.
Okay, guys, plan A's out the window.
Though, what's one man to do?
I was gonna say you were by yourself.
Indeed. So what can we do for you? I mean,
Well,
we're all kind of in the same situation. We're in a hellhole that we want out of.
if you don't want to help me go through the books for the next couple 100 years or more,
What's option B?
The elf has time.
I don't have that attention span.
I wouldn't mind you
But
doing
that many
some
romance novels is just
investigating beyond what I can see.
Okay. I think we can do that.
Other than that, you
Help-
are
help us
always
get it.
welcome to come back and rest here. I look forward to always spending time with those who are not from this place, the soulless like they are.
Okay.
They're all ginger.
Really?
just,
Ginger? Come on!
We just learned that our newest companion over there is, well, easier to hit than the wall of this place. Would you happen to have anything in your storerooms to make that
Oh,
his
fuck.
I'm wearing
survival
a,
be a
Books.
little better?
wearing a cloaked vest.
He moves like a rooted tree in combat.
Anchored.
I
too.
got plenty of books. Maybe
Well,
you
we could
can,
strap some. We could strap books to them. That would probably
That would
help a little.
probably increase my AC somewhat.
It would. It would be like,
Might I suggest
Book
he
armor?
learn
Yeah,
some
book armor
magic
with
to
this.
protect himself?
That's funny.
He does seem to be of that persuasion. I can smell it on him.
I can't get that smell off, no matter how much soap I use.
It's like ozone.
It just sticks with you.
well, at least this is sanctuary.
I'm definitely not helping you read books, so I like the other idea.
Yeah.
I'll
Do you have
probably
any
take a
sort
few
of
books for the road.
magic that would teleport us to somewhere, perhaps
Closer?
more advantageous?
I can get you to the edge of the forest. That's as far as I can see. Anything else is nothing but fog.
Is there anything you can tell us about some of the other locales around here before you got trapped here? Like some of the ruined towers we found, the other towns?
Oh, most certainly I can tell you outdated information.
How about more about the family?
Yeah.
There must be a book.
That I can talk to you about. But I prefer if we sat down somewhere a bit nicer.
Sure.
So it's walking back to the fireplace, or the hole in the wall where the fire sprung out of. Once again, casting a spell and walking through the flames.
Like a pizza oven for halflings.
Oh, man.
He walks over here. Not touching the door, just waving his hand and opening it.
Oh, I gotta learn that trick. I've been learning.
Takes a seat at
Trying.
the desk.
How'd you do that with the door? In my profession, that would come in handy.
We'll see. Mage hand.
Oh, I can do that. Yeah, okay. Shit. That door's light enough for a mage hand? Nice.
It is for mine.
Is it because I'm a halfling? Is it? I got these
It's
a little
because you're
mage
young.
hand. It's like a little baby hand holding the rattler.
God.
Oh, Jesus.
You look at. He pulls out a map of his own. It's like, what do you want to know?
Well, does our map look like his map?
Everything.
Yes, it looks very similar.
The name of
except
every
these
town.
two ruins.
Except his map would be
here
much older.
and yeah, much older. And those two runes don't look like runes on his map.
Well, those are ruins now, so. And there's another ruin down here, it looks like.
That is also not a ruin on his map.
Ask them what they are then.
Do you know what the names of these towns are and everything?
What they used to be, at least. If they're the same, then yes.
The big ones are probably the same.
Yeah, little ones could be newer.
Yeah.
Well,
is that the capital?
Urendel. Yes, that is the center of all the problems in this place.
Or we should go, or
If you don't
I don't-
value your life. But yes, I would
Huh.
suggest that.
how can we prevent being spied on or scryed upon? We've made comments of that already, and do you know of a way that could help us so we can be more a little discreet?
Do you have magic possessing that quality? 1 second.
I'm asking you. Just to say, hey, give me some cool shit. Necklaces of non-detection for everybody, right?
For everybody.
And they also serve as candy necklaces.
You get a necklace, and you get a necklace, and everyone gets a necklace. Oh, please make it a necklace of eyeballs.
Candy.
I don't know.
I'm just getting nostalgic views because the new Monkey Island game is coming out Monday.
Like for OG Monkey Island remake?
No, the original creator of Monkey Island and Monkey Island 2, he's making another game from the series. It's in between. I believe he said it was in between 2 and 3. And it's coming out Monday, and it's going to be on this available on the Switch and Steam and lots of other places. So I'm looking forward to that.
Did he say what his land was called, his domain?
No.
Orth or something like that.
He said he was from Orth.
Yeah, but here though, what is this called?
This place is Clossland.
Yeah, Cosland.
Costland.
The hell.
Mm.
That's what the locals called it, at least. And no, I have no way of protecting you outside of my area.
I don't think I even get anything for that.
I'm
What?
surprised that you can even talk to your god.
Mm.
Saying that, looking at you, Zovar.
Yeah. Well, I really haven't
Somehow
tried that
they
much, to be
peek
honest. So
through the clouds, but
So what can you tell us about the family?
old blood, human.
Who's the reigning patriarch or matriarch?
That I do not know. I haven't left this place in at least 5 of my 600 years in this land.
Can you leave this place now?
Yes. But would I? I don't want
Orla
that kind of attention.
Goldborn.
Maybe a way to draw out the old blood.
Unlike you folks, I do not want attention like that. You
I just want to go
are
home.
still of the living.
Mm.
Outlanders you might be, but living you are.
For now.
If I
For a
was to
while.
show up, I'm sure their holy men would send waves upon waves to deal with me.
You seem like a nice undead
But
individual.
undead nonetheless.
True enough.
The last thing I need is clerics bursting into my home.
Like the Inquisition. Just never know when they're going to show up.
Are they still around?
Apparently.
Supposedly.
I heard they are, so
Then yes,
probably.
I'd like to avoid them.
Apparently, they're directly to the east of you.
Is that so? Well, they're
Probably
not here.
Towards the lake. The
Oh.
east side of the lake.
Delman's Ford.
Hmm.
So yes.
You know the name of that one?
That's Galric. At least it was.
Well, at least we know those ones. The other ones might not have been there.
You do notice on the map that a lot of the other towns look like they're much smaller on his map.
Right.
And there's also another town that was right here. It's not on the map on your map.
What was
it
that one
also
called?
looks small. That was Culland.
Was it of any significance?
Small farming town. I heard they rose good sheep there.
Oh, all right.
So he said he can teleport us to the edge of the forest.
The edge of where I can see, yes.
So where would we like to go to so we can get back to North Pass and then go from there south?
Yeah.
I heed you a good warning when traveling through the woods. Though you look capable, there are a great many horrors out in them.
We keep hearing, yeah. Saw some wolves.
The wolves are the least of your worries in those woods.
What else is there?
Figures.
At least when I was out there, and from what has wandered into the dead woods. Large spiders. People of misshapenness.
Lepers?
No. More deformed. People
Mongrel.
of the moon walk around those woods.
What, werewolves?
I've not heard that term before.
Lycanthropes?
People that turn into monsters?
Indeed. People who can go from man to beast.
Great. Werewolves.
I can if I haven't had my morning ale.
Really?
Ah.
Yeah.
That explains
There
why
are
we
many
need a witch.
dangers in the woods. Also those driven out of polite society.
Well, North Pass?
Yes, though.
So stick to the main roads.
Well, what
As
is
much as we
the what time of day is it?
I don't want to do these ruins here, though.
At this
Yeah, we
time
should
of
go
day,
check those.
Yeah, right.
it is now
I
at
do
this time
agree.
of day, 9 o'clock.
Well,
In
we
the
can
evening?
go.
Yes.
We can go out there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe we should do that. Hit the ruins and then go back down this road.
Yeah.
and
Because
check
if we
the
go
town out, yeah,
right back to North Pass and we say like, because we didn't do
Nothing.
anything here.
nothing to see here.
Yeah,
Can we turn our gear in? We didn't use it.
Yeah, it's also 9 o'clock. Do we really want to go wandering in the woods at night, or do we want to spend a night here and do it in the day?
that
I'd
sounds.
probably
If we
stay
can
in the
spend a night here,
sanctuary.
why not?
Yeah, we're
You are more than welcome to spend the night. Although
Yeah, they all can go read some books.
I don't have much in way of furnishings that you'd find comfortable.
you have
Well,
a
there's no furnishings out there either, so
yes.
You make a fair point. If you don't mind sleeping on stone,
It's better than
at least
ice.
it's warm in here.
next time we come, we'll bring some pillows.
We should
No
bring them an
use to
updated
me.
friggin' like map and maybe a
Mhm.
book on what's been going on for the last, I don't know, 500 years.
Because he needs another book.
He does.
That's what I mean. He
Yeah.
definitely needs another book. A nice shiny new book.
Okay, we got a nap. Let's get our sleep in, boys.
I'd like to spend some of that time actually reading some of those books.
And I want to know what's in here.
Feel free. He walks away.
Oh, it's not like the basement of the inn.
He walks back into his fireplace. The blue flames stay lit, though.
I think that's an indication like he's done talking for the night.
I'm gonna make a
You'd
little
think-
bed out of all my blankets and all my
You'd-
winter clothes.
You'd think since he was undead, that he'd want to just stay up all night, yammering.
You go back through the fire as well there,
I'm
Yalms.
going back through for the first couple hours, and then I'm gonna spend the last couple hours in trance, resting.
Going through the books, it's just like book after book of like fiction, non-fiction, like the histories of a realm that you've never heard of. There's a lot of books in here.
But not much that refer to magic in any way, shape, or form.
Very, very few, and you do pick up one, and it's not in a language you read.
Is
Book
there
of sign
any
language.
It's actually in Braille. I don't think you read Braille.
I don't think I read Braille.
Our monk is not like that cool one in the movies that's blind. The IP guy.
What makes you so sure that a blind monk would even be able to read common braille?
Question is
Just
it
a
common?
feeling I have.
It's a Braille of some sort. You spend the
Maybe
night,
it's a spell.
and as
Well-
comfortable as you can be on a stone floor.
You say I can tell that it's magical?
Yes, there's a slight hint of magic coming from it.
I shall take it with me then.
Okay.
Let him know I found this book and that I'll see what I can do.
Nods his head at you. He's going through books as well while you're down there.
Cool.
He's going very slowly through books.
You'd think after all this time he'd be a quicker reader.
Nope, he found one scroll. He's like, I'll find another. I'll spend the rest of my time.
It comes
Resting
to
in
be
trance.
about 8 in the morning.
He's probably secretly a grammar Nazi and he's just looking for all the mistakes.
Bingo.
He's still in his library. He's busy. But it comes to about 8 in the morning. After a long
Well,
night's rest.
I can go to him and let him know to transport us.
So you're ready. Comes back out this way. If you would. Leads you into this room. This looks like a library in of itself, though not quite as big.
Before we go, I'll redo all the rituals with you guys.
You've already read all the books in this room, eh?
You look at the bookshelves, and they're all like scorched.
You must have been pretty mad when you didn't find your answers.
No, not exactly.
Why are they scorched?
You'll see. They weren't of use, anyways. If you wouldn't mind, pointing to the center of the room.
Is this the room where we all blow up?
Yes, I'm going to cast a fireball centered on myself.
What?
Sweet.
That's what happened to the books.
Damn it. I always fall for this.
Rosetta, you coming?
Or Krond. They're standing out, doing their own things.
That'd be really funny if
can't
Aaron was
read
like,
my
hey, I cast a fireball
You
centered
can't
on
read my
myself.
Here we go.
No.
It wasn't letting me move him.
He starts walking around you, chanting. As his blue circle starts appearing on the floor. Makes it to there, and then you see the blue circle light up in a ray, almost like a moonbeam, around you. Lightning starts cracking off the walls, setting the already charred bookshelves on fire.
Oh.
And you guys disappear from there into the woods. The dead woods. You're right here.
Well,
All right. Let's start moving off towards the ruins.
The feeling of being watched in this area goes away, and you feel a different sense of being watched as soon as you cross the threshold.
I'm not comfortable with all this voyeurism.
Need my privacies.
Yeah, I gotta pee, but I can't pee because I know someone's watching me. You know how long I've been holding it for? It's the third goddamn day.
Where are you guys headed?
West.
Into
Yeah.
the mountains?
Yeah.
like skirt along the mountain's edge there towards here.
Yeah, let's go around this area. Yeah, to where there.
Yep.
And we're just gonna shoot south to the
Yeah.
ruins.
When we
You're-
start going south, so should we like tell the Inquisitors that that dude's there?
No.
Why not?
No. Absolutely not.
Because A, he's voyeuring us, and B, he may be a power source for us.
And he's given us
Yes.
sanctuary, maybe the only place we can find it here.
Yeah, he's still sanctuary.
Dory hook lined us in, and
I think I trust him more than I'm going to trust these Inquisitors and the
I don't know, Brazetta, what do you think?
Golden Shower boys.
Did you say
I
golden
feel like
shower?
this is the femur conversation.
Similar. I didn't feel like he changed my feelings of him. Let's just leave it at that.
Think
Sometimes you have to leverage one evil to destroy the other evil.
I bet Helm would agree.
This is a foreign land. It may not be the same as what we're used to, so
Right.
things may work differently here.
These moral compasses may be askew.
You're
Now let's get to those ruins. Let's get there.
5 hours in on your walk.
5 hours later.
That's what I was thinking.
See ruins through the tree line.
Oh, they're right.
Over there. So they kill this little red thing here. Oh, I mean, sorry.
They're right.
No,
You
he's
would be able
a
to.
little pet.
Fucking red dragon. Spawn of evil kind.
Whoa!
Worry, I've
I want the
tamed this
shadow.
one.
Ooh.
And just like that, he's gone.
It's gone. He's never there.
What?
Brazetta, perhaps use your divine sight to
Find the halfling.
to detect the presence of evil.
Yeah, I'll do that. We got arrested, didn't we?
Yep. And I redid the stuff.
Bruise and shit.
It's to be the ruins of a keep.
Yay! Attack it.
I will do a sense here, right in front of my friends at the northern tip.
Just a tip?
Yeah, the northern tip.
See how it tastes. I mean, feels.
What?
Like a golden snout.
What? Like a golden shower. What the hell?
Okay.
Oh, he's a German dragon.
It's a little browner, I think.
Ich bin ein Miner.
Scheiße. What?
Dragon von Snoutovich.
Snoutovich.
Oh,
Wrong with you guys?
Das ist nicht der Bleistift, das ist der Feder.
Right? That's what I was thinking. Just with a little lube first, though.
So creeped out right now.
Do I sense anything? I never got an answer today.
No, you don't.
Okay. Go around the other side.
Holy shit.
I flew over there. Ping.
Dragon fast.
I am. Go around.
did we not look over here? It looks like that may be the entrance.
Could be. May just be a bunch of rubble. There's a roadway there, but I mean, we can always go back.
Probably was the front door.
Probably.
But who knew? Gotta follow the dragon.
Rosetta prefers the back door.
Oh, that's right. The snout.
You guys are catching on, finally.
You are German.
With the anteater tongue.
You can't get that. You can't get that room out of your head, can you? With all the worshippers on their knees, frozen, with their mouths open.
I thought you meant the poo room.
I was going to the poo room there too.
Oh.
Guys are
The
just
art,
on
the
there.
art of defecation.
Isn't it amazing how certain things in dungeons over the years you never forget?
That's one
I'm never gonna forget that room.
etched
That's right.
in my brain.
Defecation,
Poo room.
dedication.
So Vara,
Yeah.
does a 23 hit?
Oh no!
Does a 23 hit?
Yes.
Do I see
Not
it
the
coming?
field.
No.
Then yeah.
All you hear is a take 7 points of damage as an arrow gets lodged in your leg.
Ow!
What leg? And where's she facing?
Right leg. Came from right here.
Okay, that's where I was getting at.
Roll initiative.
Ah!
Well, at least it's arrows. I have evasion. And deflect missile. Hee hee hee.
Tarmo, you're up first. You turn around just to see Zovara have an arrow sticking out of her leg.
I'm like, fuck!
All right, and looks like it came from somewhere around here. I'm gonna move.
Pointing like where it came from.
Can I see north of me? Oh, there we go. Perfect. 16 feet there. 10 feet, so 26. Is that a door?
Yes, it is.
Can I open the door?
Yes.
I will open the door.
Make me a dex save.
Of course. 18.
Do you have evasion?
I do.
You nimbly dodge out of the way as what was right above the door, a pot of boiling oil, splashes down where you would have been.
Oh.
Cool.
Still hot. Very hot. Inside.
Okay, so I'm at 26. Ooh, see someone.
You see an elf.
Oh, the elf.
They
Bitch.
are in plate armor with a glowing sword. There's no shield.
How do we want to play this?
That's up to you.
Yeah. Hey, what's the big idea about an arrow in shooting an arrow at my friend? We're not here to cause any problems. We're just looking around.
You see this plate armored elf turn to you. And do you speak Elven?
No.
She says something. In Elvish.
Okay. It's like no no speaky the LV.
And she has raised her sword behind her shield, sort of like.
Okay. Well. Alrighty. So 26, 37. Let's start doing some damage. I'm going to do an unarmed strike. Oh, that's not going to hit plate mill.
Deflecting against her shield.
That's even worse.
Same thing's happening.
Chi point. 20.
Deflecting against her shield.
Oh, she's got.
Fuck. Yeah, okay. Huh. Well, that's not good. Alrighty. Well, that's all I can do.
Zovara, you had an arrow sticking of your leg.
Yeah. I'm gonna bonus action sanctuary myself. Can I see the how high is that wall? Can I see the one that shot me that's up here or no?
No. That wall is about 14 feet high where the slit is.
So I'm just gonna make my way then over here. Over to here, and then I will continue.
This much more.
up to here. And just before I get to the top of the stairs here, I'll go prone. So I'm using the last bit of the top of the stairs to kind of help cover me too.
Mhm.
And that's it.
Charlie, you're all stealthed. I think you're stealthed.
Yeah, I am going to, let's see, 13. How far was that? 13, 14, 10. So I'm going to
You see
stop
Tarmo-
right there.
Yep, just before the doorway. Yep.
Can I peek around the corner?
Yep, you see Tarmoa locked in combat with a person in plate armor.
I will use my crossbow and I will take a shot. Poof. Nope.
Yep.
Then I will hide.
Flex off the
And then
armor.
I will hide back around the wall.
Krond, you hear much yelling coming from the other side.
Yes.
This is when you need heat metal.
Yeah, old school heat metal.
My
Even the
weapon
new,
hammer does it.
the new one's good too.
This is cover, right? This is I see this looks like a grade.
Tips down.
Okay. Okay. And this up here, I can't see anything you said?
It's about 15 feet up, and there's arrow slits.
Okay. I'm gonna move my movement total, just poking my head above right here, and the arrow slit here, or whichever one I can see. I'm just gonna hold my attack for a firebolt.
Okie dokie.
Done.
Door gets kicked open, and someone gets right up behind you, Tarmoa. Another elf. Tarmoa, Charlie, Zovar, and Brizetta, you hear a voice come from inside that yells out, "Die, Inquisitor!" And a long sword
Inquisitor?
gets smacked
Inquisitor.
against you, Tarmoa.
Yeah, that's gonna hit.
4 damage.
Okay.
Tries to hit you again. That one's a miss.
Nope.
And a third one. Missing.
Nope.
Another one comes from this direction over here. Pops out. Cast magic missile at you, Tarmoa.
Really? I'm not the darkness. Come on.
6 plus, what was it?
3.
3. Yeah, so 9 damage.
So 9.
How's your
This
health
one
looking?
pops out slightly right here if you want to ready your firebolt.
I'm down 13. I'm not too bad.
That's on you, Krond. Yep. Okay. That is
Miss.
a miss. Firing a short bow over at Yom.
Yummy.
Ducks back in. On that side.
Didn't Mac get a shot when he
Missed.
shot the bow?
Missed.
Oh,
Miss.
Oh.
Miss.
sorry.
She is going to. One second. She had something else. That's that. Yeah, she swings a sword at you. Tarmoa.
Alrighty.
15.
Misses.
And second attack. 9. Misses.
Misses.
That is what she's doing. Yum.
I am going to cast haste on myself. I'm going to all the way over because I get double movement. That far. I'm going to cast. No, I already cast a spell. I can only cast a cantrip. Oh wait, no, I can cast another spell if it's another action from haste. Is it
It's only
count
cantrip.
for another option, or is it only spell and cantrip?
Cantrip.
So
A cantrip.
that's what I thought. Okay. I will tell my bonus action. I guess I'll spend an action connecting my senses with my familiar, and telling it to go in and attack if it can.
Okay.
And then it'll be its turn. I guess it is of a tiny
Yep, it can fit through
size, so it should be able to go through this.
Mhm.
Okay. Check somebody really quick. On the distance on this move. You. 15-foot cone. Okay. So going to here and then be nice. He would just be in the range. So he's gonna fly in there, and then he's gonna use a breath weapon attack on those two guys there. They have to do a DC 15 dex save.
All right. Number 7 first. Nope. Then number 12. Would you say it was DC what?
15.
So that one made.
So he hit it, so he takes half damage.
Fuck, man.
It's a once a day thing. 24 divided by 2.
More than my breath weapon. That's crazy.
Nice damage.
That seems crazy.
Apparently, we have a better dragon in our party.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
fucking
just the
kinda
red dragon.
That one burns alive.
dumb. How is that like okay if a fucking familiar can do more in a race?
I don't know. It's his
That seems
entire
broken.
subclass.
I know, but
Does your breath weapon ever increase?
yeah, but it's not anywhere near that. Anyway,
I guess that's the problem with being a half breed.
Wow.
Need to be full dragon. Need the wigs.
Guess you're more kobold than dragon.
And that's that for
I just
now.
need to dig up a broken class next time I play. Saying.
That's it. He's gonna be there.
Rosetta.
I'm gonna breathe for 10d8. Oh, I mean, sorry. I heard them say that about Inquisitors in Elvish. I can actually speak Elvish.
Oh.
So I'm going to go in and say, we're not Inquisitors. Please stop this mayhem or else you will all be destroyed.
Roll me persuasion.
Great. We're not Inquisitors. We're working for a lich.
Natural 20.
You can see number 5 and 8 there falter for a second.
I
And
don't, I'm
they
not-
get a look at you and they're just like, the fuck is that thing?
Right. And do they do anything? Do they react?
Yeah, they're
So
like lowering their weapons slightly, but they're on guard.
approach closer. Not aggressively.
See her speak. What are you?
I am not from here. We are looking around these lands and here we are.
Outlanders.
They both are speaking in Elven, and they're like, Outlanders? Here? Now? You hear the guy there whistle, and you see number 6 there put his weapon down. What are you doing, Bernetta? What else are you doing?
Friends, come, let's talk to these people instead of killing them. Good, I have to be a good guy. Sorry.
That's
guys.
what I tried to do.
I'm a little more persuasive, I guess. I don't know.
Didn't
Sorry
speak Elven.
about cooking your friend.
How do you do that?
Yeah, they look like they're putting away their weapons.
If we continue this, no one will live. I can tell you that right now. So I think you should stop. Maybe we can talk and, change information.
She turns to you in Elvish and says, if you want to stop people from fighting, it's best not to threaten them. We've dealt with larger forces than yours, but we don't
Fair,
want to
but
fight
you-
Outlanders.
You
Hey,
threw.
I didn't want to fight.
You shot
I
an arrow
said
into my
stop.
friend's leg to start. So
She just
Yeah,
cannot.
really.
She just doesn't seem to understand what you're saying there, Tomorrow.
Alrighty.
I will translate, just so you can communicate at least.
She like starts nodding and says like, "Our mistake. We have been hunted for a while."
And they said that you're some sort of villain of sorts.
A rebellion? Yes.
Rebellion to who?
Guys, is everything okay over there, guys? Quiet.
Is everyone
It's
alive?
all good. We're not fighting. Come on over.
Is this a trap?
No,
Yes.
Oh. Still be there.
rebellion against who? Exactly, like the Goldborn.
The Goldborn, yes.
I'm still pissed off. I'm like, which one of you motherfuckers shot me?
One who can be
Hey,
burned to death.
I was gonna say
Ribs
that.
there? Yeah.
You
Charred
see-
ribs?
You see one of the archers come out like holding a crispy remains of his friend. He's like, that one.
I walk over to you, Zilvar. I pat you on the
Sight
back
check,
and
no.
say, Cersei got her for you.
My,
Oops.
Our mistake. We didn't realize Outlanders were here. Speaking in Elvish.
I can understand that. And I say, well, we are.
Then you're not with the Goldborn or the Inquisitors.
Nope.
Neither. They sound pretty merciless and
I'm
evil.
gonna
Well, we have been
Spoke
fighting
with
them
other
for the
Outlanders
last 2 years.
around these parts, and they wish the same. So it's not just you.
She looks at you. I'm not an Outlander. I was born here.
Never mind. I take that back.
I was born here about 200 years ago. See her take off her helmet.
Probably smash in the face. Sorry, just kidding.
Headbutt.
She looks very well weather worn. Her armor is gleaming, but her face, you can see the weathering.
And the blacks.
Our apologies. Still speaking Elvish.
Oh, that's in my thigh.
So, status check?
She walks over to you, Zoara. Cast Cure Wounds for 5 on your thigh.
Should you try and heal your friend? Like, it was dead that long. 3 seconds.
I begrudgingly say like thanks under my breath.
I don't have that kind of magic.
Poor guy.
Mistakes happen. Where's my manners? My name is Leah.
Charlie.
I'm Kron. I guess we're allies now?
What team are we playing on?
That might be. Do you speak Elvish?
Oh, no.
Infernal?
Does she speak Infernal?
She does not.
Well, I mean, we're allies if we're all going up against the family. In which case, then, yes.
I don't understand what's going on. We had arrows shot at us, and I heard screaming in combat, and now they're talking in some language that I don't even understand. I'm just going to go out here and look at nature.
Just want to backstab somebody.
I did say I was translating, so I'll explain what they're saying to everyone else. For people that don't know what's going on, just so that you do know what's going on.
Our mistake. You must understand we've been in fighting and flight mode for a long time.
Yeah, didn't really pick a good hiding spot.
You guys are really off the beaten trail.
Yeah, we looked at a map and we're like, hey, let's go check these ruins out.
Exactly.
But
and
like silver pieces from some person in the
yeah, 20 silver pieces, and
so pretty cool.
This is the second place we came.
We have just been camping here for the week. We're usually in the forest.
We've been here 3 days.
Well, welcome to this
2
place.
weeks. 2 weeks. I've been here 2 weeks. Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, the troll.
People forget about me all the time. I'm used to it.
I'll
just wait out here by myself.
We found the troll guy down at a big stone bridge. He was hiding underneath it.
I'll shout out to Gran. They're enemies of the Golden Shower Boys too, so.
Oh, this pleases me.
Are we calling them the Golden Shower Boys?
I think so.
That's what just happened.
I think this might catch on, and it might like spread from town to town.
It's like,
It
come.
could catch on.
She walks through the ruins up here. The other elf comes with her.
My Drake telepathically tells you, Kron, that we're moving into a room.
Oh yeah.
They both just sit on the floor in here. This place is just ruined.
I'm gonna stay back further with Gran if he doesn't go in, because I'm still kind of just being bitter.
I can't believe they shot you.
Right?
Right? Yeah. That's you best remember that.
No warning, no nothing. All sneaky from behind a wall.
Zavar, just so you know, that probably would have killed me outright. So you know what? Good for you for taking that.
Zavar's a champ.
Yeah.
As they sit
It's-
down,
And she's
that's where we
sulking.
end the session.
Yeah.